I've seen beyond the bounds of infinity and drawn down demons from the stars.
I sadly have no way of proving that it's true, but I sincerely had this insane experience, and it was the scariest thing that's ever happened in my life. This was very scary and upsetting. A couple of days ago, I randomly was sitting on my bed, watching YouTube, and I had a sudden hallucinogenic episode, for lack of a better word. I could hear my father's voice slowly fade into my head, and was able to talk back to it. And we were speaking back and forth about how freaked out we were about what was happening. Was this real? Etc. And then from another part of my brain, I started blurting out some of the most disturbing shit I've ever actually let cross my mind, and trying to make it stop with the first side of my brain. I kept thinking I had lost my mind, or this was a curse, or whatever straw my mind could grasp for. It was scaring and disgusting my father. After a few minutes, it shifted off to a friend's voice, did the same thing, and then another close friend. And only when I was rocking back and forth, weeping out loud and screaming in my head, did I hear it change into like a kind of laugh, but weirder.
Had enough? You look scared.
Or something like that. And I'm like, what's going on? And then it told me.
None of it was real.
And then I go, why are you doing this to me? And it says,
it's what I do. I'm a demon.
I didn't hear it for some reason. It was staticky. And I had to ask him again twice more. Then it sounded right up in my ear. And he says,
I'm a Veritas demon.
Never heard of it, and no one on r/demons has heard of it. It's not on Google either. The voice kept talking but faded away. And then when I chilled down and smoked a cigarette, I was able to Google Veritas because I had no idea what that word meant. And the definition scared the absolute shit out of me. I am not making this up in any way, and I think hopefully it's pretty understandable that it's embarrassing to explain because I sound crazy, but I've never experienced things like that before, or after, or since, so it's hard for me to think I have schizophrenia or something like that. I talked myself out of going to urgent care because I didn't want to be admitted into a psych ward. So yeah, that's all of it. I have no idea what a Veritas demon is, but I guess the word means truth. Edit. I know there's no such thing as a Veritas demon, and that's my reason for posting it here. I want to know if anyone has heard of this or can explain if this has happened before. Someone said in the comments of my last post, not every demon is accessible on Google, so I was hoping to find someone who has heard of such a thing. We were a joint family. My parents, younger sister, paternal uncle and aunt, 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys. My cousins were older than my sister and me. We had an age gap of over 8 to 10 years. My father and uncle were pretty close, so we stayed together in a building where the ground floor belonged to us, and the first floor belonged to my uncle. My mum and my aunt were just cordial. However, my aunt loved us, and my mum was very affectionate to her children too. One day my cousin, let's call her Sue, came home from college and started acting very strange. Sue did not do the usual stuff, like washing her face or eating something. Instead, she went straight into the bedroom and slept the entire day. Since my aunt and uncle were full-time working parents, my cousins would mostly stay at our place until my aunt came back from work. My mum was pregnant with my 3rd sister during that time, and she was probably in her 3rd trimester. My aunt came back and called Sue upstairs, but she refused to go for some bizarre reason. My mum, being her usual self, just put it off to some strain, and Sue stayed with us the entire night. Things started right away. I was about 14 or 15 years old, so I remember everything distinctly. My younger sister was about 4 then. I woke up to go to the washroom, and as a child, I was always afraid of the dark. I woke my dad up and he stood outside the bathroom. Now Sue, Mum, and my younger sister were in one bedroom, and my dad and I were sleeping in another one, so we didn't know what was happening in the other bedroom. My dad just felt something was not right and checked on them, and to his fright, both Sue and my younger sister were missing. He woke up my mum, but my mum's state was almost like she was drugged to sleep. She could barely open her eyes. My dad started waking everyone up, and everyone started looking for them with my uncle, aunt, and cousins. My uncle found Sue and my younger sister crying profusely at the terrace. Sue was standing on the edge of the fence wall, and my younger sister was standing, looking at her, crying irrefutably. They were brought down, and my aunt, uncle, and dad immediately understood that something was not right. While all this was happening, my mum woke up and suddenly started screaming from downstairs that Sue was trying to kill the baby. But Sue was with us. My aunt looked visibly disturbed. She was staring at different points as if she was looking at someone. All the kids were sent downstairs the following day while Sue was up with my dad, uncle, and aunt. Since my mum was pregnant, she wasn't allowed to be. My cousins were all grown-ups, but they knew something was wrong, as my younger sister had been crying non-stop since that night, and nothing could calm her down. They were all trying to get her to sleep, but in vain. She too looked at different points and continued crying. Around noontime, a priest came, and Sue tricked all of them and came downstairs, which scared us. She looked at my mum and gave an evil scowl, and she carried my sister away. She was jumping in weird postures. Everyone stopped her, and then we could see she was possessed. She hurled abuses in Hebrew. The priest told us it was Hebrew, Arabic, and Urdu. She spoke in about 12 different voices, which everyone heard. They were voices of women, men, and it still sends chills down my spine even to think of it. They sent us all upstairs again, and meanwhile my mother started sensing the anxiety of something, and unfortunately, her water broke. She was taken to hospital by my cousins while my uncle, aunt, and dad stayed at home with Sue. To this day, I don't know what happened because my dad never spoke of it. But we came back from the hospital the next day, and Sue was gone. She wasn't there. Nobody said of her, and the priest did some recitations on all of us. We shifted from that house because of all the negative energy. About 2 years later, Sue was brought back home. She looked like she just had bones left, nothing else. She didn't remember anything. My uncle and aunt tried to normalize her life, but in vain. In 2 or 3 weeks, her health deteriorated, and she passed away. Except for my uncle, aunt, and dad, nobody knows what happened or where she was taken. My uncle and dad both passed away, so the only person who knows now is my aunt, who never speaks of it. It is an unspoken rule not to talk or mention those 2 nightmare days in the house. That night, the priest there died in an accident precisely 3 days after Sue was taken away from home. That house was sold right after Sue passed away. To this day, I never experienced something even remotely as chilling as this. From the day my younger sister was born, my cousins, me and my sisters, never go a day without doing the recitations we were told to do by the priest. It's like a routine now for us. So, some backstory. I've never really believed in demons or entities. Always been atheist and a materialist. No history of mental illness and completely sober. So a few years ago I started getting into religion out of curiosity and wanting to explore whether there's more out there. I was reading deep into Christian mysticism and Kabbalah and various other religious writings, also some occultism type stuff. Meditating on it and trying to believe in it as to try and experience what religious folk call God. Thinking if I align myself with the belief system and get into the right headspace, I might be able to get a sign and experience God. Was also going to church out of curiosity, as I got deeper into it all and started to believe in some of the fundamental premises, like there being a god, the existence of bad entities and good entities, etc., and feeling like I'm getting closer to God, I started having really bizarre dreams. In the dreams, it was like my whole body would start feeling warm and vibrating, almost like an orgasm. It felt really good, and it would get more and more intense to the point it felt like I was going to leave my body. But at the same time, it felt like something was trying to get me to leave my body, so it could use my body for something. It would always scare me to the point I'd try to fight it and stay in my body, and then I'd wake up. One time this happened, but in the dream it was everyone being filled with this feeling, and something trying to pull everyone out of their body so something else could take over. It got so overwhelmingly intense, like something was literally pulling me out of my body. I fought it till I woke up, and woke up with blood pouring out of my nose. Fast forward to like a week after that last intense dream. I was driving on a country road and I suddenly felt something heavy come over my mind. Like something had attached itself to my consciousness. It felt warm and good, like in the dreams I had. It was getting more and more intense to the point I felt bliss, and it felt like I was being tugged on and could leave my body. That's when it started to get overwhelming and like I was losing consciousness. I also had my girlfriend in the car. It went from feeling benevolent, like God trying to get me to rapture or some shit, to malevolent, like something was trying to make me lose consciousness and crash. I started to fight it and stay in my body and stay conscious. And then my radio started saying, "Let go, let go. It's your last chance to go home." And it was repeating itself, but it wasn't in a scary voice. It's hard to explain, but it sounds like an actual singer that was on the radio. I ended up having to force myself to pull over. I was basically panicking at this point. And then it all stopped. And I saw a fox standing like 10 meters away, just sitting there watching me. I started driving again slowly, and it was literally walking parallel to my car, watching me. I asked my girlfriend if the radio went weird, and she said it was normal the whole time. After this, I stopped involving myself in any religious things and spiritualism. I was scared as fuck. And then, it never happened again. Those dreams disappeared and I never had another frightening experience. Since then though, whenever I've told people about this experience, I get a weird shivering up my spine and feel fear. A few weeks ago, I was messaging someone and telling them my story, and my 2-year-old suddenly woke up beside me, hysterical, and I was asking him what's wrong, and he was pointing at something in my room. He seemed completely terrified. It took him ages to calm down. I was debating whether to post this or not, but maybe someone else has had a similar experience. I still remain completely skeptical because I know how powerful the human mind is. But I can't really explain the experience I had. The auditory hallucinations, the overwhelming feeling that came over me, the coincidence of the fox. And it all stopped as soon as I stepped away from the religious and spiritual stuff. Kind of a long and choppy story, but bear with me. I went to middle school or junior high school in a smaller town. There honestly was absolutely nothing to do besides go to the mini mall or to the community rec center where they would hold these teen dances and play horrible early 2000s music. Ended up going to one of these teen dances per usual with a group of friends, and per usual, said group of friends got into it with the preps or jock kids. Fight breaks out, police are called, everyone scatters. Me and this kid, who I'll just call Nate, end up walking back to his house on this bike path that runs along the back side of this rec center. It's nighttime, and there is a skate park to one side of us for a while, and then nature trails, and a river on the other side. We keep walking along this path, and suddenly Nate stops and says, "Do you see that?" pointing into the pitch blackness as he faced the direction of the nature trails and river. Now, this kid was admittedly at times not always too nice to me, and I thought he was just messing with me at first. I say, "See what? There's nothing there." But at this point, this fool is walking towards whatever he thinks he sees. I see him walk right up, like he's approaching a person, looks back at me, and he just crumbles. It was like he fainted or something. So now I'm in the middle of this path, completely alone, and there may or may not be some type of presence that just caused my friend to pass out. I'm scared to death at this point, obviously, and this is all becoming too much for my 13-year-old brain to handle. I'm half Hispanic and grew up around very religious elders, and was always told when I had nightmares or if I ever felt evil that I needed to pray. I started walking towards my friend because I didn't want to leave him there, but I also didn't want to be alone, and I began praying. Now, as an adult, I am not religious, but at this time I was doing whatever I thought would help. I went to try and pick my friend up, and he was so heavy, abnormally so. I was big for my age, and he was much smaller than me height and weight-wise, and it was like I was trying to pull a grown man. I know dead weight, but this felt different. He was also ice cold to the touch despite it being the middle of summer. I started to drag him and was praying and focusing on this one particular star as I did so. Not really sure why looking back, but I focused on this star and prayed repeatedly, and my initial thought was to drag him to the hospital. But I swear the more I prayed, the brighter this star got, and it was like he was revived or something. He woke up annoyed that I was dragging him and scuffing his Iversons, and confused about what had happened. He said that he saw an old man near the tree line when we were walking, and that the old man motioned for Nate to come towards him. He said once he got close to the old man, this thing put his freaking hand inside of Nate, which is apparently what made him pass out. I was happy he was okay and that I wasn't alone. We ended up walking back to his house like nothing happened. But I believe something did happen to Nate that night. Flash forward a month or so later, and per usual, I'm meeting with my friends to once again go to one of these teen dances because, per usual, that's the only thing going on. I get to Nate's house, and the whole feeling is just off. Hard to describe, really. I go downstairs to Nate's room, and he's not in there. But this sometimes happened, and we were good enough friends that I would just wait for him to pop in, which he would do normally. But this time, there was nothing. I go back upstairs, and every single animal this dude had, which was like a cat and 2 or 3 small dogs if I remember right, were all standing, hair raised with their backs to his front door, staring up. And I see my friend Nate sitting over this banister he had in his house in a weird way, feet dangling. Didn't see him up there when I came in, and he's just silent, scribbling and mumbling something. "What's up, man?" I ask him nervously, not knowing what the hell was going on at this point. Nate looked up at me and looked like he hadn't slept in a few days. Deep circles under his eyes, and he says, "I ain't fucking scared." Confused, I ask, "Scared of who, bro?" And he jumps down from the banister with a paper in his hand, and he gives it to me. The paper has the word death, and then just some black scribbles like he had been sitting scribbling the same circle in the same place for a long time. I instantly got all the bad vibes and nope energy, and flat out told him, "I'm going home, man." And I opened the door, leaving his terrified animals in a corner, and wondering if they'd be okay. Long story longer, Nate eventually got into a lot of trouble, dealt with some pretty crippling vices, and though he's still alive now, looks like a shell of his former self. Or just not what you would have expected this kid to grow up and be, to say the least. I think I witnessed a possession happen to him. I haven't told many people this story, and I don't think I've ever shared it in this detail. My name is Adrian. I'm 29 years old from Hungary, and I only talked to a handful of people about this ever. English is not my native language, so sorry for any mistakes. It started when I was 15 years old. Me and my girlfriend at the time were drinking in the back of my primary school. We were on the brink of breaking up. We got drunk, talked a lot, and we did break up that night. It was late, so I decided to take her to her place. It wasn't that far. I took her home, kissed one last time, and then she closed the door, leaving me devastated on the spot. She happened to live near our town graveyard, so I got this stupid idea in my drunken, depressed head to go into the graveyard and sit on a tomb. I did just that. I was sitting there for about 45 minutes, in the dark, in the middle of the graveyard, at around 1 a.m. During this time, a fox came to me, and I pet him, unaware that it could be rabbit or something. I wasn't thinking about this at the time. I only realized this later when I was like, holy shit, I'm an idiot. It could have bit me because one of the symptoms of rabies is the affected animals are friendlier. But I just pet him a little and he left me. When I decided it was enough sitting there, I went home and got home no problem. Nothing strange happened that night. Some days later, me and the boys were hanging out in front of my old primary school. We decided to take a group photo, and there was like 10 of us. One of my friends took the picture, and that was when the first strange thing happened. Everyone looked normal, except me. My eyes were shining in the picture. We found it strange, but we thought it was maybe just the lighting, because it was nighttime and the only light source was the school's lamps at the entrance, which were always on at night. I switched places with one of my other friends, but my eyes kept glowing in every picture, wherever I stood. We thought it was strange, and freaked out a bit, but there was nothing we could do about it. I didn't think much of it at that time either. It was around that time when I started to feel uneasy in general. I had mood swings and felt like something was watching me all of the time. For example, when I was playing on my PC in my room, my closet was behind me, and there was a half-meter wide gap between my closet and the corner of the room. That spot was pitch black, and I felt someone was there. I had this strong feeling to turn around and check the spot many times, but sometimes I didn't have the courage because I was sure that if I turned around, I might see something that would scare the shit out of me. I was terrified for seemingly no reason. Haven't had bad feelings about this ever before. This feeling became the norm for me, this constant dread when I was alone. I started to see things in the corner of my eyes too. I was walking home from school when I saw a severed head on top of a car for a split second out of nowhere in broad daylight. Of course there was nothing there when I looked. I saw figures randomly, human-like figures, but only half of them. I saw only the lower half of them, under the torso part, but somehow felt their gender. I could feel it, but these were only for seconds. I heard voices out of nowhere for split seconds too. The shrieking scream of a man most of the time. I was having a rough time. I didn't talk to anyone about it, not even my parents. I lived with my father at that time, and it wasn't the best between us at all. My mother was abroad at that time, and we didn't talk much either. I was searching about these symptoms I had the past couple of weeks, and found this page about possession. I believed in the paranormal anyway, but when I read about that stuff, that possession can occur when you're in a weak mental state, depressed, drunk, or just near a site where someone lost their lives, like an accident or cemetery. Well, I got almost everything checked. Being in a cemetery drunk and freshly broke up and depressed was like an open door for any spirit according to the site. The site even mentioned the glowing eye. It meant that there's more than one spirit in the body when that happens, or something like that. Creepy. I started documenting these things happening, or at least tried to. And I had successes. I'm pretty sure I saved everything on a CD if I remember right. Videos, pictures, and even attempted an EVP recording. But that CD and my old PC, which may contain these things, is somewhere in my father's house, still with some of my old stuff too. But I haven't been there for 9 years now. There were photos I made of my face, for example, and on the photo, there was my face, but there was another half face. It looked like it was coming out of mine. It was foggy, but you could spot the major shapes of a face. That was the only pic I showed my father out of everything. He called bullshit, so I didn't bother anymore after that. I made a video recording in my room when there was this huge storm outside. I pretty much just hovered the camera over my lit room slowly. It was about a 20-second video. After that, I uploaded to my PC and opened it with a video editor and checked frame by frame. When I get to my door in the video, it happens in like 5 frames. I had a glass door. The lower half was wood, and the upper is this rigid glass, so I could only see silhouettes in front of it when it was closed. By its height, a childlike figure leaned on my glass door from the outside, just out of nowhere, and put her left arm on the glass. She had these black eyes and her mouth was a black hole too. It was open like she was screaming. Then she disappeared the way she appeared. It happened so quickly, I could barely see it in normal speed after I had slowed down the video and knew what to look out for. But I cut the video and slowed it down at the door. I wanted to show my closest friends. I did show it to them, along with the EVP, and they freaked out and got scared of me. I kept hanging out with them, but they were kind of cautious towards me. They didn't know how to deal with these things. We didn't really talk about it because I just enjoyed their company. And the more I was with friends, the less time I had to spend in dread. I didn't want to alienate them from me. About that EVP, it was just a quick impulse one night to make it. I started the voice recording on my phone and kept talking for like 10 minutes about these things that are happening to me and the feelings I had. When I listened to the recording the next day, I was blown away. It could sound cliche, but during that recording, I asked, please give me a sign, and could hear a male voice talking over my voice when I said sign.
I gave it.
His voice was like he was shouting it, but from afar. The voice was so scary, and I can still remember it clearly. If I ever go and visit my father, I will dig through my old stuff and try to find this evidence, because it's so annoying now that I can't show you. There was more stuff that happened throughout the 4-month period, but I want to tell you how all of this ended. It ended with a dream. I was in the middle of a small town and I only remember that I was laying on the ground face upwards and couldn't move. Above me were 3 old lady figures. All 3 of them had these mosaic faces. A pure red, a blue, and a yellow-colored face. And they were talking about something I don't remember. Only the last sentence. Leave him. He suffered enough already. I woke up and all the bad feelings, every strange happening, just disappeared, and haven't had anything like it happen to me ever since. I think I was possessed. Everything points towards that. I never sought any help from any professional or anyone else. I've never had any health problems before or after this. I'm physically and mentally healthy, have been my whole life. Never had to go to a hospital ever. Maybe I got lucky and the spirit got bored of me. But then I don't understand my dream. Who were the old ladies? And why did they convince the spirit to stop torturing me? I made a post over a year ago about how I was being haunted by the ghost of a girl that went missing in the early 90s. Out of respect to her family, I will not share her name here this time. Frankly, who she was doesn't really matter. It all started In the early days of the COVID lockdowns in 2020, I had a lot of time on my hands, and out of boredom came an experience of messing around with a Ouija board with a friend. We tried reaching out to this girl and got a response, though I was very much skeptical of it at the time. Things elevated quickly after that, and my memory regarding the events is somewhat skewed, as it was very traumatic and happened so fast. But this is the gist of it. She made herself known in many ways early on, but the reoccurring sign was her reaching out through my Alexa device, playing Love My Way by the Psychedelic Furs. When I checked the voice command records to see what initiated these songs, there was nothing there. I believed then, as I do now, that there is something about the song that she was using to tell me something of her whereabouts. I have my theory, but I'm not going to share it here. In the beginning, the song would play maybe once or twice a day, but after a couple of weeks, it would play constantly throughout the day and night. I then started hearing a disembodied crying that hovered above me. It was an agonizing sound that would last anywhere from a few minutes to the better part of an hour. The crying evolved to voices, and she began urging me to go to the house that she disappeared from. By the time she started speaking to me, I had become obsessed with both her and her case, and was certain that she was using me as a vessel to solve her disappearance and find her remains. Her demand of me to travel to her house became so overwhelming that in the dead of winter, I abruptly drove 10 hours through the night in awful weather conditions to get there. The experience I had when arriving at the house was surreal. I became physically and violently ill. It felt like a combination of the worst flu you could imagine, drug withdrawal, dehydration, and a stroke, all mixed into one. I could feel her presence leave my car, and then suddenly the illness subsided. I felt calm for a moment, but was then overcome by a sinister feeling, a sense of dread and foreboding. I realized at this time that she did not want me to solve her disappearance. She just wanted me to bring her home. But in her place, something else attached itself to me. The drive home was extremely depressing, and I felt as though a dear friend had died, though I knew I wasn't alone. And there was still something with me. It just wasn't her anymore. In the first few weeks after I returned home, I was desperate to get her back. I don't know if it was because I missed her, or I was afraid of this new thing that had attached itself to me, and I wanted her back to rid me of it. I began calling it the Root, because it attached itself to the northernmost corner of my bedroom. It was like a giant ball of negative, hateful energy that just stayed right there and pulsated a sense of existential dread. Despite its extreme negativity, I felt like I was a slave to it. This was my life until about 2 weeks ago. I had decided that if I didn't force myself to get out and find help, this thing would consume me. I went to a New Age spiritual shop in my town where they hold psychic readings and workshops, and spoke to a medium there who said she specialized in cleansings. I had her come to my house so she could see what she would be working with, and upon entering, she became ill and had to use the bathroom. She said this called for more than what she could handle, and came back with a few different people. They spent the day doing a cleansing ritual, and that evening, for the first time in over a year, my home was free from that evil thing. It feels so nice to be free from all of that, and if I can offer one word of advice, it would be to never touch a Ouija board unless you know exactly what you're doing. I still hope the girl has found peace wherever she is. My unit in the US Army was deployed to Iraq in April of 2006. We were in Ramadi. It was 123 kilometers, 77 miles, out of Baghdad. I was in a Humvee, headed to Baghdad for emergency leave due to a death in my family. It was close to midnight. The Humvee I was in with 3 others and a turret gunner. The 2 other Humvee, the same, 5 total people. 1 in front, 1 in back. I was without a weapon, due to my leave. The Humvee in front stopped hard. We all figured it was a possible IED or VBIED. The team leader in our Humvee radioed to the lead Humvee. The convo went along these lines. From this point forward, Humvee will be called HV. HV1. Something flew in front of the HV. HV2. What? Flew in front of the HV? HV1. Yes. HV2. We didn't see anything. And the third HV piped in. Does anyone hear the hello? HV1. Yes. HV2. Our HV. Yes, but I don't see it. Did the other 2 vehicles? Just then, in the desert off the highway was a black figure. It looked like a huge bird. It looked like smoke was emitting from it. A blackish, greenish smoke with a bit of a blue tinge. We all focused our eyes. The 2 troops with better NODs, night vision, could see something but couldn't make out what it was. The smoke was distorting the view. Within a second or 2, a rock was thrown at one of the HV. A big rock, like the size of a head. We all froze. Due to the rules of engagement, we couldn't just light it up. We used a spotlight, and in that light, something flew straight up, and then we heard a loud, screeching noise. Within a minute, it was over. We all sat there in a state of shock, curiosity, and panic. When we got to Baghdad, the translator that they were picking up to bring to the Marines that were with us, he said, "Sounds like you encountered an Ifrit." Team leader said, "A what?" "Ifrit, a winged Djinn." We were all a bit speechless. We chose not to disclose to our command about the winged thing, as battle fatigue, now known as PTSD, was a career killer at this juncture. It's been 13 years since this happened. I met my now husband in 2015, and he had also been deployed to Ramadi with my sister unit at the time, and he went through this particular stretch of highway on his mid-deployment leave. He recounted a similar story to me. It was enough to stop me in my tracks. It was pretty close to mine, except they didn't stop, they just boogied on through. Considering the time they were there was very deadly, including an aid station manned by soldiers that was ambushed and blown to bits. I was a medic, so death was my norm. I still can't wrap my mind around it. And now apparently the last 2 places I lived in, something has followed us. My uncle's a Navy engineer captain, but was an engineer with the army for 3 years before that. During that time, he was deployed to Iraq. It's not a time that he likes to talk about because it was, as he put it, some of the most disturbing time in his life. Me and him never really talked, mostly because he is very much a Catholic who thinks my more pagan beliefs and theories are strange. Also due to my dislike of the military structure as a whole. Don't get me wrong, I respect soldiers, not the system they are serving under. But a while ago, he gave me permission to talk about this because he was curious about my take on it. In his first deployment, he was serving at a base where they would deploy drones from frequently. One night, reports came in of large enemy movement into a very close by abandoned mosque, so they deployed a bomber that obliterated the building. The next day, an elderly man showed up at the base, demanding to be told why the mosque was destroyed. The man was frantic and enraged, apparently having come several miles just to come to the base. He had worked at the mosque as a young man and claimed it wasn't primarily a mosque but a prison. They couldn't get much out of him about what he meant, so he was sent away. The following weeks became strange. Apparently the mosque could be seen from the eastern wall, and there were frequent reports of figures standing on the rubble, just watching. Attempts to investigate went even stranger. The site captain, or something, ordered a squad of volunteers to camp out there and find out who it was. My uncle volunteered. The night he and 3 others waited all night with nothing until midnight, when the body of a vulture dropped on their tent. When they went exploring, one of the other soldiers was pounced on by a figure who, the soldier said, stunk like rotting stuff and had breath like the blast from an oven right after you open it. After that, other things started happening. Those shadowy figures moved closer. Random bushfires would start out of nowhere. Vehicles would be found covered in hand and footprints made of ash and dust. Patrols at night would report being followed by something along the wall. Trails of strange footprints, and even stories of something my uncle could only describe as a hellhound that would chase people. The base commander thought the old man from before had to be involved, so they went to the town and looked for him. Supposedly, the man was far more friendly and helpful, especially after they told him what was happening. Apparently, a long time ago, the area was plagued by numerous Djinn. The mosque was built by a group of men who began imprisoning any Djinn, even, as the man reported, Hin or Vin, an animal-like Djinn. He said in the basement was where they stored them, and as far as he knew, there were at least 50 of them, not including the room where only senior members of the mosque were permitted to enter. Apparently, the men who owned it either passed away or left, and so it fell into disrepair and disuse. What happened from there, he's declined to tell me until I get him something. Beyond my own interest in paranormal in general, this was the first time he and I had much of a conversation, much less a revelation of this magnitude. So what do you all think? I heard a lot from Iraq and Afghanistan about encounters with the fiery Djinn. But first, I'd like others' stories about Djinn to help him understand that he ain't the only one to have encountered these. And does anyone think it's a coincidence that the rise of Djinn sightings has occurred alongside this war? Anyway, thanks for listening and for your opinions and stories. The Djinn explained. Muslim here. I keep seeing comments from people asking what Djinn are, so I decided to write a concise post. This isn't a comprehensive post, but the intent is to shed some light on an otherwise confusing topic. We refer to what Christians call demons as Djinn. They are one of the 3 intelligent creations of God, the other 2 being humans and angels. The Djinn were created from smokeless fire. Some suspect this means electricity or other electromagnetic property. Humans were created from clay, carbon and water, angels from light or photons. Humans and Djinn enjoy the right to free will, but angels are restricted to the obedience of God. Some Djinn are good, some are pure evil, but most are kind of in the middle. In Arabic, the evil ones are called shayateen, which is plural, or shaitan, singular. So in English, Djinn translates to demons. Shaitan translates to Satan or devil. Iblis, Lucifer, is important to the story of the Djinn because he leads all of the purely evil shayateen. He was not the original Djinn, but he was the best in worship of God from the Djinn, and he held a high position due to his devotion. However, when God announced the creation of Adam as his best creation, he grew jealous and arrogant. He felt man was an inferior creation, and that his worship of God for thousands of years was evidence of that. God, being the creator of everyone and everything, told Iblis that he had transgressed all limits and would be sent to hell. He asked for a reprieve before his sentence so that he could prove himself how easily he can cause mankind to be led off the path of worship of God. God granted it to him. The forbidden apple was bit. Adam and Eve were sent to earth. You know the story, and so here we are. So back to the Djinn. They existed far before humanity ever arrived on earth, and they were great in numbers, but alas, they couldn't get along and had great wars amongst each other. This caused all kinds of destruction to earth, and as a consequence, Their populations dwindled and humanity flourished. They ended up establishing small tribes across the remoter regions of Earth. As already mentioned, not all Djinn or demons are necessarily evil. They practice many of the same faiths practiced by humans. They have organized societies where they dole out justice. This is one of the reasons why they rarely kill humans. There are severe repercussions, including capital punishment. When you do have a problem with them, call on God for protection. No matter what faith the Djinn practices, it will back off. This is confirmed by exorcists of many faiths. Among their tribes, they have different levels of powers. Some can fly, while others can shapeshift, imitate human voices, and some of the more powerful ones, called Ifrit, are able to travel at the speed of light. Most, if not all, the paranormal phenomenon we read about, ghosts, UAP phenomenon, orbs, spirits, skinwalkers, fae, dogmen, wendigo, Sasquatch, Muslims for the most part, consider them all to be some form or another of Djinn. Other tidbits about Djinn. There are several classes of Djinn, each with their own degrees of indifference or hostility towards humans. They cannot be seen in their original form. Whatever we see is whatever form they've taken on, the form they want us to see. One of the more common types of Djinn, called Hin, takes on the shape of a snake, black wolf-like creatures, or other animals. Some of them are thought to consume bones, feces, or rotting flesh for sustenance. It's suspected that this is the reason for the foul odor experienced by people when they encounter or feel the presence of them. There is a misconception that you hear often about how Djinn reside in the Middle East or Eastern Hemisphere. They're everywhere. Again, they simply go by different names, depending on the culture. They are reclusive and territorial creatures, and prefer to be left alone. They're likely to live in remote regions like forests, deserts, and oceans. You can even find them in uninhabited attics, caves, or burrows. Another place they dwell in are bathrooms. Remember that feces bit? If you encroach on their territory, you'll run into problems. They most likely tend to be mischievous in nature and enjoy spooking humans to get them to leave their dwellings. Some of the truly evil ones will scratch humans or possess them, but the most rare and dangerous ones are called ghouls. They'll cause humans to get lost in deserts or forests, leading to their deaths. Possible missing 411 explanation? Muslims believe that the witches use certain types of Djinn to do seemingly miraculous or malevolent activity for their bidding. During the era of Prophet Solomon, witchcraft and magic had become rampant among his civilization, so much so that it became a real nightmare for his people. So to solve this, a covenant was made by him and leaders of the Djinn that they will not interfere with the affairs of mankind. Despite that, there's some who will not heed the terms of that agreement. Oftentimes will remind the offending Djinn of the agreement made with them. Muslim scholars will advise to exhaust all natural explanations before performing exorcisms or cleansing of a home. Do not use violence against them, as that can give them a reason to do the same to you. Always invoke or call on God to protect you from any kind of interaction with them. I was a sergeant in the US Army and ETSing, getting out, from the military when President Bush ordered more troops into Iraq in 2003. I had just returned home to Austin, Texas, when I was summoned into my local National Guard unit at Camp Mabry and told that I was being recalled to the Army, but the unit was already tasked out to deploy to Iraq. I was not part of their unit yet, so the commander offered to give me a waiver to deploy with a government contractor, Halliburton, in Houston. I knew that I would make more money as a contractor, so I took the offer. Not long after arriving at Kuwait at Camp Doha, I began working with the operations team, overseeing logistics affairs. We would oversee the daily convoy of supply between Kuwait and Baghdad, a route riddled with IED incidents, small arms skirmishes, and almost constant breakdowns of army and civilian vehicles. Because I was an SAW gunner in the 1st Infantry Division while in active duty, I was technically still in the Guard. I was often on the convoys, manning a mounted weapon that accompanied the mostly civilian convoys. During these runs, we had a few strange encounters in an area south of Baghdad, known then as Camp Babylon, occupied by French troops but then designated as an archaeological site for obvious reasons. Camp Babylon was set up in the area that was said to originally be inhabited by the famous Tower of Babel. Indeed, there were ruins there that did look like a massive structure once stood at that spot. I had 2 strange incidents happen to me while passing through there. The first incident seems a bit benign, but sets the mood for the second. We were passing through Camp Babylon in the afternoon one day when our convoy took small arms fire. The SOP at the time, standard operating procedure, was to stop the convoy and return fire. This was because in the past, such incidents ended up being a lone gunman attempting to scare the convoy into running into IEDs on the road. Because of this, the SOP changed to stop the convoy, dismount, and return fire. While engineers looked for explosive devices on the road, we scanned the horizon for the enemy. Nothing. They most likely fled immediately. However, the ruins around Camp Babylon were alive with shadow figures that seemed to move about the area. Several times we would spot the figures, but they would immediately disappear. A contractor lying beside me with his weapon commented how odd that we are in the shadow of Babel and fighting the supernatural. I didn't respond, but knew he was a 32nd degree Mason who was really into the arcane aspects of Babylon, etc. I didn't feel at the time that much was supernatural, but certainly did see the shadowy and bizarrely small figures dart about the structures. Once the road was deemed clear, we continued on to Baghdad. The second incident occurred about a month later. At this point, the weather in southern Iraq and Kuwait had turned quite cold at night. During this encounter, we had just completed the supply run to Baghdad and were returning back to Camp Doha in Kuwait when a vehicle in our convoy broke down. Once again, we found ourselves right at Camp Babylon. While the army mechanics took a look at the vehicle and the rest of us took up fighting positions around the area, strange things began to occur. It started with a strange light popping in the desert. Thinking it was a person with a flashlight, we used NVG's, night vision goggles, to watch. It was simply a glowing ball of light moving towards the set of ruins. After initial contact with the light, a few of us had moved forward away from the convoy to see what the source was. After seeing it was self-contained and not a person, we were a bit alarmed. Then we heard a sound that I would never forget. A long wailing began from one of the ruined structures not far away. It sounded like a woman in agony mixed with loneliness. On and on the sounds went while we huddled in the cold and dark, wondering what the hell we were listening to. With our NVGs equipped, we used our flashlights to spotlight the ruins. If you've ever done this, you will know that a normal flashlight with NVGs looks like a massive beam of light. We scoured the area, but no source of the whales or the ball of light was seen. About this time, we were told via radio that the vehicle was repaired and ready to roll, so we decided to return to the convoy. I was slinging my SAW over my shoulder when I noticed my contractor partner was staring at the ruins in horror. He was frozen. I shook him and he snapped out of his stupor, quickly leaving the area with the rest of us. Once we were back at the camp and it was pleasantly daylight the following morning, several of us were chatting about the encounter at Camp Babylon before our daily operations briefing. It was then that I remembered the terrified expression on the face of the contractor, so I asked him about it. He was still obviously traumatized by the event, but managed to explain that as we were leaving our position on the sandy hill, he saw a tall, black figure standing beside the ruins. It was watching us as we were looking for him her or it. He said that he felt an instant wave of despair hit him and thought that he was going to die. He didn't remember leaving the area. His next memory was in the Humvee, headed back to Kuwait. I now write non-fiction books about haunted places for Llewellyn Publishing and have visited hundreds of reputedly haunted spots. But I'll never forget the wailing figure at the ruins of Babel. It's also worth noting that when I related this story to some of our Pakistani employees at Camp Doha and Camp Arifjan, they also were quite horrified. One of them, a translator we called Adi, said that we had encountered a Djinn, or a damned spirit, and that we were lucky to be able to tell the tale. I agree. I'm a journalist living in Turkey. Paranormal investigations are my hobby. I did not experience this story. It happened to one of my readers who sent it to me to publish. Here's the story. I live in a village in Zonguldak. My name is Dilaver. When I was a kid, the women in my village usually gathered in a house at night and told horror stories about jinns. Thus, they unnecessarily scared themselves. Since I was a kid, I used to go to these meetings with my mother, listen to the stories and be influenced by them. Our village is an old mountain village which is neglected and secluded. The entire village is on a slope. There is no single flat road. There's no lighting in the streets either. But there is a mill at the entrance of the village. My mother and her friends used to go to the mill in the morning and make cornmeal until the evening. There were cherry laurel and fig trees around the mill. One day, I went to the mill with my mother. The day had not dawned yet, and it could be considered night. We put sacks of corn in the mill to grind and make flour. I had to pee, and the mill did not have any toilets. I went to pee under a fig tree. After I peed, I went back to the mill again. While I was working in the mill, my mother told me, "I will go to the house and come back soon. Do not go anywhere." I don't know if it's psychological, but once I was alone, I started to hear someone calling me by saying,
"Hey! Hey!"
I panicked when the door of the mill suddenly opened. I went out of the mill to check whether there was someone outside. Once I got out, I think I saw someone under the fig tree. The light of the mill was not lighting that area much. Maybe this was because I believed the shade I saw was looking at me. Suddenly I thought, I hope that is not a Djinn. I shuddered with this thought. I went back into the mill and closed the door. However, it opened again. I panicked when the door suddenly and harshly opened again. I didn't know what to do. Instinctively, I wanted to get out and run as fast as I could. When I got out to do this, I saw dozens of shades around the mill and in front of me. I went back in, entered the mill and sat down. I started to say prayers I remember while crying. I lost myself with fear. During this time, my mother arrived and took me home. I bruised the arms of my mother with my nails. However, I didn't even realize it. When I returned to normal at home, my mother, father, and other members of my family asked me what happened and why I was so scared. I couldn't tell what I saw to anyone, just because I may feel the same fear again while telling it. In the following days, I wanted to forget the shades I had seen, but my nightmares didn't allow me to do so. In my nightmares, someone was constantly trying to strangle me. These dreams were so real that I usually woke up out of breath. I had these nightmares every night when I went to bed, without ablution. My family, who noticed that I lost mentally, took me to the imam of the village mosque. They told him about me. However, the imam didn't see any problems in me. He told me that I'm okay and the problems I suffer could be psychological. However, I was not crazy. My family thought mosque imams might not understand such things, so they took me to another Hodja. This Hodja was experienced in Djinn haunting and reversing spells. This Hodja put a bowl of water in front of me when we went to meet him, and he said, Now look at this water carefully. If you see something in the water, tell me what you see." I swear, I saw the ones who strangled me. I told what I saw to the Hodja. I answered the questions of the Hodja. In the end, the Hodja gave me a vefk. He said, "You have to carry this vefk on you. Jinns cannot approach you as long as you carry this, and they cannot harm you. However, if you take it off or lose it, they will haunt you, and they can even kill you." I've been wearing that vefk for years as a necklace. After that day, I had no problems with jinns. The problem is, I lost that vefk a few days ago. I don't know what to do. Here are a couple of explanations of some of the themes in the story that you might not be familiar with. 1. According to some common Turkish popular beliefs, the surrounding of the fig trees are one of the places where there are many jinns. Therefore, people often avoid getting close to fig trees, especially in the evening. It is believed that peeing under the fig tree causes jinns to haunt the person. According to a linked belief, people who will fall down from a fig tree will certainly be disabled or die soon. 2. Vefk. It is a kind of talisman crafted by writing letters and numbers, which are believed to have powers and effects, into square and rectangular shapes in certain mathematical equations. I studied at a university in Malaysia. I was away from my family, thousands of miles away. This started very early on when I moved there. Our campus was away from the city. As international students, we would be stretched thin for money to get to the main city, so most of my time was spent in my hostel room. One night, around 7 or 8, me and 2 friends were coming in a borrowed car, when the car suddenly stopped. We got out to see what was wrong. As soon as we got out, the car started on its own. We thought it must be some mechanical issue. We didn't know shit, so we sat back in. The car stopped again. My friend kept turning the ignition, but it wouldn't budge. We decided to get out and push. Like I said, we didn't know anything, and the car felt like it was a cement block. The friend driving got out to help, and as soon as he stepped out, the car started again, with the hazards flashing and the lights on full beam. We started freaking out. None of us wanted to sit in it now. We waited until a few cars passed, flagged one down and asked the people to help us. Somehow we got to campus and just went to our rooms. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept feeling like something was in the room with me, moving with me, looking at me. I kept looking up suddenly to catch someone, but there wasn't anyone. In the morning, I asked the others, but they didn't experience anything. So I shrugged it off. Come night, I start feeling uneasy again. I play music in my room to wear it off, but it doesn't go. I shower, pray, and try to sleep, but it doesn't go. My bed was up against the wall, and I slept facing the wall. The whole night, I could feel someone standing behind me, looking at me, willing me to turn. This keeps going on for a few days, to the point I play a TV show in the background and would wake up after 5 or 6 episodes passed. I didn't play the Quran because I didn't want to wake up with a dream that would be disrespectful. The presence didn't go. Then, something happened. One night I'm struggling to sleep when I feel something or someone pulling my sheet away. I scramble to hold on, but my body is paralyzed. I can only blink my eyes. I lie there as the whole sheet is pulled off me, trying to recite something but unable to. Then, the whispering started, like multiple people whispering in slow, angry whispers. I couldn't make out anything. I wet the bed, and then lay there paralyzed for I don't know how long. My phone's azan alarm went off, and I could finally move. This became regular then. I would have episodes of paralysis and hear these whispers. My grades declined and I was exhausted. One evening I just picked up my stuff and went to sleep in my friend's room, who was almost always high. He looked up at me as I came in alone and went, "Who are the other guys?" There was no one. I called him a bloody stoner, rolled up and went to sleep. Next morning, I wake up for class and he's getting ready too, and he brings it up again. "Your new friends are weird. They just sat there all night beside you, looking at you. Didn't even respond to me." I just look at him, and it doesn't look like he's joking. I quietly take my classes and call my dad afterwards. He tells me to take one of those small ayat ul-kursis, some lines from the Quran, and stick it outside my door, so I do that. That's when the shit hits the fan. I don't want to change my room because it's a long process. I'm angry now because my space is being invaded. I have the ayat al-kursi, and I've lost my patience. That night I sleep soundly until there's a loud knock on my door. I'm still not sure if everything that happened after was real or if I was in a trance. I got up and opened the door, and there's a man standing there. I'm not sure if he was old. He's very tall, with his entire body covered in tattoos. He doesn't have eyes. I'm not sure what they were. He just points to the paper stuck above my door and makes this guttural sound that rocks my literal bones. He keeps pointing at it, with the weird scream coming from him. I don't know if anyone else heard it. It was a dream. What was it? I don't know. I just know I removed the paper and he came in. I remember waking up the next morning in my bed, angry at myself. I started finding these small things in my room. Dead birds, old bones of small animals, broken combs, sometimes burnt paper. I would just throw it out because now it was a fight with them. Then, one night, I decided to stop sleeping facing the wall. This is my room, my space, and I'm not letting them bully me anymore. I say loudly, "Do whatever you can, I'm not going anywhere else." Pray and go to sleep. I wake up in the middle of the night with all my room lights on, and I see the thing I will never forget. It's the same man, offering namaz, a Muslim prayer called salah, in my room, in the wrong direction. He's doing all the same motions, I can hear the sounds, but he's facing the wrong way. I don't know how long I lay there, barely able to breathe and unable to scream, until the man, sitting there, turned around and stretched his arms towards me. They weren't arms. They were these long, black, snake-like things, looking like they could strangle me in a few seconds. In my heart, all this time I was reciting something. I could feel the tears on my pillow, and I lost all memory after that. I woke up in the morning with scratch marks all over my body, like a bunch of cats had been let loose on me. My bedsheet smelled like old blood. That was it for me. I couldn't go on like this anymore. So I contacted my cousin, who put me through to someone I could talk to. That night I decided to sleep in a mosque. It's common in Malaysia for guys to wear, I think he said dhoti, I'm not sure, over shorts if you are praying. I prayed, used mine as a sheet, and went to sleep in the mosque's courtyard. It's hard to believe the next part, but I'll leave it up to you. I woke up in the same exact place our car went bust that first night. I woke up to these strangers, shaking me awake, asking me if I was okay. Someone suggesting calling the police. Some turned out to be my seniors, and I got a ride back to the hostel with them. After that, I started sleeping with different friends, until the scholar was put through to me. He came and spent a few hours in my room, and after asking around a bit, we learnt that the student before me who lived there used to practice black magic in the room. He even used to write with his blood on the walls, and the administration just painted a new coat on top of it. I don't know what happened to the room, or who got it. I was shifted to another one quietly, on the condition I wouldn't speak about it. And that's it. No more sleep paralysis, whispers, visits, scratches, waking up in new places, or smell of blood from me. I still have dreams about it, and I don't look in mirrors for too long. I had something appear to me 6 years ago. It was invisible at first and would do things like cause a wind to blow through the room. It would appear in the darkness of the bedroom as a humanoid figure, as blacker than the darkness. It became the sensation of something crawling under the bed covers and over my crotch. It would pleasure me at times. I remember focusing on a succubus, but I thought they were supposed to look like something. What I have is completely invisible, except when I look at it out of the corner of my eye in a very low light. I can see a thin, transparent tendril, almost like smoke. It constantly attacks me at night, and has, over the last few years, began attacking during the day. I feel like muscle spasms crossed with a worm crawling up my leg. It can cause pain in the tips of my toes, almost like it is biting. I can grab hold of it temporarily, and literally feel it pulling as I wrap it around my fingers. If I hold it above a flame, it spasms like mad. When I wake in the morning, it has usually wrapped itself all across my back. When I didn't burn it regularly, it got stronger and stronger. I have heard it chink against things audibly when sometimes I throw it against something. I've never spoken to it, but I know that when it is active, I experience more paranormal activity. I've tried invoking the name of Jesus to get rid of it, but it will not go. I've also been able to put it on other people. I've freaked friends out by having it climb on them. It will usually affix around the crotch or, more commonly, the lower back. What the heck am I experiencing? It became very active when I tried astral projection whilst under the influence of alcohol. That was a mistake.
About 10 or so years ago, I had the house to myself as I was still living with my parents at the time, and I had a friend over. The night was going smoothly and normal. We're just playing co-op video games as teenage boys do, but eventually we both end up on our phones scrolling through Tumblr. My friend stumbles upon a 40 to 50 minute audio tape file of a private investigator talking to a high school campus about his experience during a murder investigation he's conducted. I believe it took place in Texas, but long story short, towards the end of this audio file, it leads up to the PI believing that the victim was exposed to a demon or evil entity that was the reason for the death of this person. He stated at the very end of the testimony of the case that the demon feeds off your fear, and the more you think about it, the stronger its energy and presence gets. As far as we could both tell, it was a real testimony, and not a parody or creepypasta. So me and my friends hear the whole 40 or so minutes of testimony. We're just enthralled, almost hypnotized by it, and afterward try to go back to playing our game. Not 5 minutes later, the power in my room goes out. My room only. No big deal. I just go flip the breaker and turn it back on. 3 minutes later, boom, again. Flip the breaker again. A minute later, the same, and this continues with shorter time frames until the power in my room simply won't come back on. The first time it happens, we think it's a mere coincidence, but by this point, fear is really happening, and the thought of the entity is in our heads. At this point, it's around midnight to 1 a.m. My friend decides this isn't worth it for him, and he heads back to his place. Lol, thanks, leaving me by myself. The night goes on a little bit, and after my friend left, I spent the rest of the night in my living room with the lights on and crashed on the couch. I wake up with the TV still on between 3 to 4 a.m. I don't know what possessed me to return to my room for sleep, but for some reason I convinced myself it was all in my head. I fall asleep incredibly fast, and my dream begins with me in my bed and room, just as I was laid out in real life in the pitch darkness. This was extremely vivid, and an exact replica of my room. It was as lucid as could be, almost like being awake, but at one of the top corners of my room, where the wall meets the ceiling, I saw a pair of angry, dirty yellow eyes that were on a body blacker than black, hanging on my ceiling, just staring into my soul. I was fixated on the eyes, and they were fixated on me. I was just in shock and couldn't move, but the second I tried to move at all, the shadow figure zoomed to another corner of my ceiling and then launched at me. I woke up in a sweat just before I get contacted. The dream felt so real and vivid I woke up literally screaming, and there was a real sense of dread that took over my entire body in that moment and felt physically and mentally sick. Power's still not working in the room, so I went to the living room once again and finished the night with all the lights on, not sleeping well at all. Nothing more ever came from that night, but as far as I can tell and find, the audio tape never existed. I've spent days upon days trying to find it multiple times all over the internet, and nothing even comes close up on the search results. By the way, the power to my room worked perfectly the following day after the sun rose, and has ever since. I swear, I don't know what happened. I've tried so many times to explain it rationally and to find the audio tape we'd listened to that night, and I haven't come close, neither has my friend, and we both remember it like it were yesterday.
This is actually a part 2 to a banishment I did for a family. About 8 months later, I get home from work just about after midnight one night, and there was a desperate message on my machine for me to call them back. I wasn't going to call anyone that late, so I go in and fix my bedtime half pot of coffee. I've always been weird. Drinking a half pot of coffee will put me to sleep faster than anything. So about the time my coffee gets done and I pour a cup, the phone rings. I pick it up and it's Jason, the man that left the desperate message earlier. He said the church down the road is sponsoring an exorcism on a young girl, and they are not having any luck. Is there any way I can come down? Now, it was over a 45-minute drive to his house, then on over to the church. It's already going on 1 a.m. I said yes, I would be there ASAP. About 25 minutes later, I pull up at his house. I won't say how fast I was going. He jumps in the van and gets me down to the church. I pull up to a back side door. Right as I park and cut off the engine, 4 men come running out the door. Don't forget, I'm still in my pizza uniform, covered in cornmeal and dough and other toppings along with pizza sauce. I sit there and say my prayers, wait for my answer from God. Then I get out, walk up to the 4 men. It seems they ran out when the girl in the chair that she was tied to started levitating. She was chanting something that just put the fear into them. 2 of the men were exorcists. The other 2 men were her family. So after listening to them cry, I said, "Gentlemen, do you want to see how it's done?" They said, "How what's done?" I said, "Banishing the demon, and there is one, I can feel it from here." They tried to stop me. They were professionals, and it was dangerous in there. I said, "Come on," and waved them in as I walked in. I walked up to a 13-year-old girl. I looked back and forth between her and the men, then said, "Cut her loose." The 4 tried to argue. My guys started loosening the straps. They were like, "Are you crazy?" I said, "I command you in the name of Jesus Christ, do not move." There was a horrible growl from the girl's body. After she was loose, I asked how and why the demon had chosen her. It took a minute, and finally, the girl's body said,
She was stupid enough to use a Ouija board and just invited me in.
I said, "Okay, it's time for you to go home." She started growling and trying to lunge at me, but could not get out of the seat. Me and my friend had to just kind of push the 4 back out of the way so I could do my thing. I walked up to her, put my left hand on her shoulder, took my right hand, lifted her chin, to a soft growl from her. I looked into her eyes and said, "I'm just the messenger. I have no power over you. But I'm not the one commanding you. Jesus Christ commands you to leave this girl, return to hell and never return." She looked back into my eyes, tilted her head to the side. Then you saw peace come over her face, and the voice of a 13-year-old girl asked, "Who are you?" Those 2 exorcists were mad. They've been trying for 3 days with no luck. I come in and actually accomplish the goal in 30 seconds. In a total of 10 minutes, I found out all kinds of information. The 2 family members were really happy. I didn't mention everything that I discussed, and it wasn't quite as easy as I mentioned. I think I had to tell it twice, maybe 3 times to leave. But it should be that easy. If you believe and have faith, and you not only have God's permission, but He called you to do this, then nothing can stand against you. They had something missing. I don't know what they were missing. That was and is not my business. The only thing or person I need to worry about is me and my relationship with God. I think I'm closer to Him now than I was back then.
In 2002, when I was 19, I believe I had a close and personal encounter with a dark entity. My family lived in West Virginia, and up the hollow like most people in the state. Late one night, myself and 3 others decided to take a walk a bit further up the hollow, in a long, large loop. The idea was to walk along the roads which circle around the back of the family property. A short trip through the woods behind my great-uncle's house and then down the driveway to my house. In order to reach his property line, we had to leave the old dirt road and cross through a cow field. I was in the lead because I typically walk through these fields/woods when hunting and would walk this route in the dark with no problems. I felt that a bit of a backstory on my uncle is necessary. He was a Korean War infantryman. He was long divorced, bitter, and an alcoholic who didn't even socialize with his children or grandchildren. The man could literally drink a 30-pack of Milwaukee Best each and every day. There were times he would clear 2 30-packs. I know because I collected his cans every day for money. He was a bitter and hateful old man. It must be said that I regularly walked these woods, and before the night in question I had never experienced anything at all, or after, mainly because I never walked the route in the dark ever again. I would take the long walk home to avoid that patch of forest. It was a cloudy, moonless night, and as you guessed it, dark. No, we did not have flashlights. When I approached the fence, nothing. However, when I grabbed the barbed wire to cross, there was an entity, waiting on the other side. I did not see it. I saw darkness at first. It made itself known through a growl, guttural and low. It was head level to me, about 5'9". When it started to growl, it sounded between a bear and a deep rumble of a large dog. It was directly in front of me and I froze. My senses were going crazy trying to figure out what I was standing in front of. Its breath was hot and smelled of rotting flesh. Whatever it was in my face, daring me to cross. I must say, too, with my eyes only, because I dared not move. I tried to find it. I saw the tree directly behind it, but not it. I knew that I was going to die, and at that moment I was terrified to the core. As abrupt as it made itself known, it was gone. It left without making a sound. I felt all the hairs stand on end and my heart honestly must have missed a beat. I felt the chill of the air. I felt like I could breathe again. So I turned to look at those that were with me, and my worst fear was realized. This was real. It actually happened. 2 of them were frozen in spot with horror-stricken faces and the third was already running. Without another thought, I let go of the fence and ran past the 2. I ran to the closest dusk to dawnlight, climbed up an apple tree next to it, and waited there until daylight. I did go back the next day with a rifle on my body to find nothing. No hair, no footprints, nothing. You could see where I was standing. I never figured out what it was for sure. That was until last year, when I discovered the accounts of Ed and Lorraine Warren. They explained the many different haunts of demons, how they operate, and that it's when it all clicked. I came face to face with a demon. I figured I should let you know that my uncle did survive the oppression. His youngest son had removed him from the house and put him in rehab. My uncle never talked to his son again. He lived another 15 years, got clean, saved, remarried, and passed away from natural causes. To my knowledge, once he was out of the house, he never went back and never collected his possessions from the house. To be honest, it was a shanty at best. Years after the incident, only one of the family ever lived in the house, and they only lasted a few weeks. According to my cousin, they packed up everything and moved out, and called and said they wouldn't be returning. Before you ask, the house fell in on itself a few years ago. This is my true account of the situation, and I never truly found out what it was. All I know is Ed and Lorraine Warren spelled out how demons work. I'm a Christian, and as such, I believe in physical demons. All I know is that Ed and Lorraine Warren spelled out how demons work, and I'm fairly confident that is what I encountered.
I am a female and was 23 at the time of this story. These events took place in 2010, and I finally thought it was time to share the story of the horrifying events I went through with the demon in the basement. At the time, I had been in the lookout for a new place to live, as my roommate had a cat and I could no longer deal with my allergies. When I moved in with her, I was living in a dingy motel room, so having a roommate in a proper house was a serious upgrade. I thought the cat wouldn't be too much of an issue, but it was not meant to be. Being an animal lover, I could never even think about suggesting to someone to get rid of a beloved pet, so I opted to move out instead. I had been searching for a new place for a couple of weeks when I came across an ad on Craigslist describing a room for rent on a waterfront property. It was surprisingly affordable, and I was very intrigued. There were no photos on the ad, but the address was pretty close by. So I took a drive over to the place to take a look, and the property was beautiful. It definitely looked lived in and well maintained. So I called the number on the ad later that afternoon to make an inquiry. This is when I first came across Crazy Patty. At first, she seemed extremely friendly on the phone. We laughed and joked and got along very well. She said she would be delighted to meet me and come around at any time to view the property and the room for rent. So I made an appointment for the next day. I pulled up in the driveway and was greeted by Patty, waving warmly at me from the front porch. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She had a kind of hippie-ish clothing style. She wore thick glasses and had long, frizzy brown hair. She was shorter than me by a couple of inches, and she spoke in a kind of nasally, baby voice. Now, before I continue, I would like to give a little background on the women of my family. We are all gifted in the spiritual realm. The gift can be traced back to my great-great-grandmother, who could read tea leaves. She was extremely gifted and did readings for her entire life until one day when she finished her tea and read her son's death. Needless to say, she never read tea leaves again. Since then, the women on my mother's side have inherited some kind of special gift. Whether it is clairvoyance, clairsentience, or something of that nature. Funnily enough, no one since my great-great-grandmother has had the ability to read tea leaves. I was lucky or unlucky enough to be a clairvoyant, meaning I can see, hear, and even smell things from the spirit world. These things happen very rarely to me, and at this point I just considered my abilities a bit of an annoying quirk and had not yet accepted them as part of who I am. Even though I was aware of my gifts and the spirit world, I was still a very skeptical person and always tried and even wanted to find rational explanations for things before I came to any conclusions about any kind of spiritual activity. Before these events, I had never experienced any kind of malevolent or demonic being. Since my phone conversation with Patty had gone so well, I was expecting us to get along just as well in real life. As I walked up the stairs of the porch to shake her hand, I immediately noticed her eyes. I can't fully explain how they looked, only that they were off. She said how nice it was to meet me and shook my hand, I immediately got icy chills down my spine. I managed to smile and said that it was great to meet her too. She took me inside and, to be fair, the house was beautiful. It had a massive living room with huge skylights, and there were lush plants everywhere. The kitchen was ultra-modern and sparkling clean. There was also a huge 2-story deck out back fully kitted out with furniture, a bar, and a fire pit. The deck opened out to a private beach on the lake. I immediately fell in love with the place. Patty took me downstairs to the finished basement, where the room for rent was. The basement consisted of 4 rooms, a large living room with a pool table, a bathroom, a smaller living room, and a bedroom. The rooms for rent were the bedroom and the smaller living room. Apart from being a little dark and without a huge amount of light, the rooms for rent were lovely. They were clean and fully furnished. Patty was extremely nice to me, and she seemed very excited to show me around, but something still seemed off about her. Despite the uneasiness I felt, I decided that I loved the house and that the next day we went through all the relevant paperwork. I paid my deposit and before you know it, I was all moved in. At the time, I had no family where I was living. One side of my family were in Europe, where I had just moved from at the beginning of the summer, or all the way down in the southern part of the US. So I was feeling a little lonely, but I was optimistic. Patty worked during the day, and I worked at night at a bar, so we rarely saw each other. At first, this arrangement was perfect, and I was setting in nicely. I had no issues until one night. About a week in, I decided to cook myself dinner. I had a night off, my first since moving in with Patty, and I was dying to use the gorgeous kitchen. Growing up, I was always taught to clean as I go, so I did just that. I heard Patty's keys in the front door and greeted her as she walked into the kitchen. My smile faltered as I saw the expression on her face. She looked enraged and she yelled at me, "What the hell are you doing?" Her brow was furrowed and her lips were pulled back in a snarl. I was completely shocked and my body froze for a moment before I answered shakily that I was just cooking dinner. I tried to appease her by offering her some, but she swelled like an angry toad and screamed that I had destroyed her kitchen. Now, my dinner was fairly simple, and I had been cleaning as I went along. The only thing that was dirty was one pan, which was already soaking in soapy water. I explained that I obviously had every intention of cleaning it up, but she screeched again, stomped down the hall and slammed her bedroom door. I quickly cleaned up everything and made sure the place was spotless before taking my plate down to my bedroom and eating down there, so I didn't run into her again. After that, things just got worse. Patty was no longer friendly with me and looked at me like I was just a gross insect that she longed to squash. I tried desperately to look for somewhere else to live, but I lived in a tourist area and it was a seasonal town. It was coming into winter and many businesses had shut down and residents moved out of state. I could find nowhere else to rent that I could afford. I even contacted my old roommate, but because of a sudden family issue, she moved back in with her parents. I kept looking for weeks, but found nothing. As the weeks went by, it became apparent that Patty didn't want me there. She wanted no trace of a roommate in her house. She wanted to collect the money and that was that. I tried to stay out of her way by doing my household chores and emerging from the basement when she was out of the house. On my nights off, I went into work to eat dinner, so I didn't have to use the kitchen. I made sure to only buy microwave dinners for the nights I couldn't afford to eat out. Every time I had to come upstairs and Patty was there, I would be met with her intense glare, with those eyes that continued to be off somehow. At this point in time, my living situation had started to affect me physically. I was constantly exhausted, my skin was paler, and I became very skittish. It was after this change in me started to take hold that things in the basement started happening. Things would go missing and then turn up. At first, I just put this down to forgetfulness, which I am prone to. But one day, something happened that made me incredibly uneasy. See, I always kept my work shoes in a specific spot when I came downstairs. I had been called in for a day shift last minute and was getting my uniform on. On my way out, I went to grab my shoes, but they weren't there. Now, this was something I was not forgetful about. I always kept my shoes in a specific spot because Patty didn't want me dirtying up the carpet. I went upstairs to check and see if I had left them up there, and I hadn't. I looked everywhere for them and couldn't find them anywhere. Not putting it past Patty to do something mean like take my shoes, I went back downstairs to grab a different pair, only to stop dead in my tracks. Right there in their normal spot were my shoes. My heart leapt out of my chest. What was going on? I knew I was forgetful at times, but they definitely weren't there a minute ago. There had to be an explanation. Patty was at work, so I knew it wasn't her. And it was at that moment that a thought crept into my mind. Was there someone else in the house? Terrified, I grabbed my shoes and ran upstairs. I grabbed my keys and immediately left the house, locking the door behind me. I wondered if I should call the police, but what would I tell them? That I found my work shoes right where I'd left them? I thought about telling Patty, but the thought of telling her that something had bothered me like that would only give her ammunition to torment me further. So I didn't tell anyone. After work, I came home to Patty eating her dinner and a mess in the kitchen. Luckily, I had the foresight to grab some food to go from the bar, so I crept in as quietly as possible and just went downstairs to eat, as I always did. I turned on the light in my room and for a split second thought I had seen a dark figure in the far corner of the room. I did a double take, my heart pounding. I had to be going nuts. The stress of this place was starting to make me hallucinate. Satisfied, but still a little uneasy with my explanation, I turned on my TV and began to eat my dinner. As I ate, I was still convinced I saw flutters of movement coming from the corner of the room, just out of my sight. But every time I looked, nothing. This mysterious figure would start making regular appearances out of the corner of my eye, but again, when I tried looking, there would be nothing there. I thought I was losing my mind, and I became even more withdrawn. It was after a few months of this happening that the dreams started. I would be having a perfectly normal dream, and then all of a sudden, I would have the feeling of being strangled by a faceless man. I would be fighting him off, and I would always wake myself up by screaming. I would wake up sweating and my heart would be pounding. The worst part was my throat would be sore, and I never knew if I had really been screaming or not. I would like to think that if I was, Patty would run down, but that was unlikely. I would start out having these dreams once or twice a month. Then, as it came closer into the fall of the following year, they started happening more regularly. Once a week, twice a week, every other day. I was feeling completely broken down mentally, emotionally, and physically. I was a shell of my former self. At this point, you are probably wondering why I stayed at Crazy Patty's house for as long as I did. Well, for those of you who have never experienced emotional and mental abuse, consider yourself lucky. It is extremely powerful. Patty used a variety of techniques, including manipulation, intimidation, and gaslighting, to ensure I stayed where I was. She hated me there, but she wanted the money. She literally had me convinced that I wouldn't find anywhere else as nice as her place for the price I was paying, and that no one would put up with me anyway. Up until this point, I had not considered my unsettling experiences at Patty's house to be demonic. I had put them down to a side effect of being so stressed and beaten down. Until one night, as usual, I had eaten my dinner out of a to-go box in my bedroom. I was sitting on my bed with my laptop on my lap. I had been watching some funny videos online when, all of a sudden, I couldn't take a breath. I felt like my chest was being constricted by an invisible vice grip. I went to move my hands up to my throat to check for a swelling or something, but I couldn't move my arms. I was completely paralyzed. It was then that I finally saw the figure in the corner. Its face was covered with a hood, but it lifted its head just enough for me to catch a glimpse of its face. Its eyes were huge and bulbous, much like the milky, pupilless eyes of an anglerfish. It had no other features except for those eyes and that smile, that toothy smile, full of uneven and rotten teeth, a smile that extended beyond the boundaries of its face. Think of Fred from that seriously creepy episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. My heart stopped, and as soon as I saw this figure full on, it disappeared. I finally understood what was happening. I was being attacked. Somehow, I fought the pressure and it subsided. This ordeal couldn't have lasted for longer than 10 seconds or so, but it felt like much longer. I was finally able to draw a breath and lay on my bed, panting, as if I had just been drowning. I immediately jumped up and dug into my junk drawer. I found a few white candles, some sage, and a few crystals. I lit the white candles for protection. I lit the sage to purify the room, and I kept my crystals in my hand. Needless to say, I did not sleep much that night. After this incident, I continued to keep lighting sage at all times when I was in the room awake. And things settled down for a while. It wasn't until Halloween night that the crescendo of my experience peaked. Cliché, I know, but think about it. It was, and still is, believed that the veil to the spirit world is at its thinnest on All Hallows Eve, making it easier for spirits to enter our world. I'd been working that night and had gotten home around 1 a.m. Exhausted, I fell right to sleep, only to get that strangling sensation some hours later. But this time, it felt different. This time, it felt more real. In my dream, the entity that was attacking me had grabbed me by the throat. In the past, I had not seen its face while it was doing this. I finally got a full-on view of its face. I could see the cracks on its rotten teeth. I could see the pale blood vessels on its grotesque eyes. And I could smell its rotten breath. I felt a scream coming, but I couldn't get it out. In my dream, I fought and fought, desperately trying to escape its grasp. It picked me up by my throat and slammed me into the wall behind me. I kept fighting it with all my might until I finally woke up. I was sweating and panting, and tears were streaming down my face. I looked at the clock. It was only 3 a.m. But as soon as I looked at my clock, my blood froze in my veins. Not because it was 3 a.m., the traditional witching hour, but it was then that I realized that I was not laying in my bed. I was sitting up against the wall. I leapt out of bed and ran to the bathroom, afraid I was going to be sick. Luckily, my stomach held and I ended up splashing some cold water on my face. It was only when I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror that I had to stifle a scream. My neck was bruised and scratched, like I had been strangled. Without even thinking about how late it was, I called my boss in absolute hysterics. The bar I worked at was attached to a hotel, and I pleaded with him to let me sleep in one of the rooms that night. He did, and I decided right then and there that I'd be moving out of Crazy Patty's house. I arrived back the next day to pack up what few belongings I had. After I had everything all packed up, I noticed her bedroom door was open. This was highly unusual, as she always kept it locked when she wasn't there. Thinking maybe her car was in the shop and she was in there, I went over to tell her that I was leaving. But she wasn't in there. I went to close the door when something on the floor caught my eye. Normally, it is out of character for me to snoop in someone else's room, but something in my gut just told me to check out what it was that caught my eye. On the floor was a planchette that had been broken in half, with the glass shattered all over the floor. The glint of the glass is what caught my eye. And on the other side of the room was the board, the Ouija board. It finally clicked that it had been Patty that set this entity on me. I stormed out. I was fiddling with the house key, trying to get it off my keychain to leave on the counter with a note I had left her, when I noticed movement on the deck outside. I looked up and was absolutely horrified to see Patty standing on the other side of the glass door, staring right at me, completely naked. She had her hands on the glass and seemed to be pressing her face right against the glass. It was then that I noticed her eyes. Her eyes had always been off to me, but finally I understood why. Instead of her usual, slightly off eyes, staring right back at me were the milky, bulbous eyes of the entity. I quickly turned around ran to my car and tore out of the driveway and never returned. Things got better after that. My anxiety subsided, my face filled out again, and I started to be a lot more social. After a few weeks, I moved into an apartment with 2 girls I worked with and got along very well with. I never saw Crazy Patty again. As of telling this story, almost 12 years have passed, and I am no longer easily beaten down by manipulation tactics. I've become a lot more assertive and will not tolerate any attempt to deceive or manipulate me. I've also been practicing white magic in the form of plants and cooking, and have embraced my clairvoyance as part of who I am. I'm happy to say that I've never experienced anything like I did at Crazy Patty's house. If I get even a whiff of negative energy, I get the hell out of Dodge. All in all, I'm a much healthier, stronger and happier person than I was all those years ago. But late at night, I still get the horrifying image of Patty staring into my soul, with the dead eyes of the demon in the basement. I'm a paranormal investigator based in the southwest of the UK. Me and the team went to investigate one of the UK's most haunted cemeteries, Childfield, to see if it lived up to the hype, and I went from being a skeptic to a believer. It started out very quiet with little to no activity happening, but as the night went on, we began to hear footsteps following us throughout the graveyard. Our walkie-talkies would make a static noise on command as a response to any questions, and whatever was there would make the light on the walkie-talkie activate when asked to. Towards the end of the investigation, we started to get a deep voice come through on our spirit box, and I started to feel really lightheaded and faint, so I passed my camera and equipment to my friend, and a split second later, I woke up outside the cemetery grounds on my own. Completely lost time. I made my way back to the cemetery, and my 2 fellow investigators explained that I had been acting strange for a good 40 minutes and walking around the cemetery with no torch. It was early hours of the morning with no ambient light or street lights, so it was pitch black, and navigation was impossible without a torch. As you can imagine, I was a little bit shaken by this and had no memory of the event, and as I edit all our videos, I got to see exactly what happened to me, which was terrifying. Something possessed me that night, and if you watch the footage of our investigation, you can see my eyes are just pure evil during this time. That night I got home to go to sleep, and I could see a dark shadow in my room of a tall creature just moving and hovering over me. The fear was indescribable. Scratching noises and banging on my walls persisted for a good 2 weeks before stopping and never coming back. This was the 3rd episode of our very first season. I made sure to put some protection in place for all future investigations, but this is the most terrifying event that ever happened. Thanks for listening. Just to preface, I think it's reasonable to try and medically explain my own personal experience. I'm going to explain things as they happen and include a few bits of hearsay from others. So, I was a Navy corpsman, stationed in Okinawa for almost 3 years, an island south of Japan. Famously, it was the site of one of the bloodiest battles of World War II. Right now, it's what we call the tip of the spear, having 6 Marine bases and an Air Force base. It's basically the launching point for any shit that starts off concerning China and North or South Korea. I'll also state that I do have an interest in the paranormal or supernatural, so maybe that interest paints the memory in a biased light. This was sometime in 2015. My whole time there, I would rotate between the emergency department and the fire station where I functioned as a paramedic. It was just me, a tiny little Japanese ambulance, and a bunch of Okinawan firefighters. This particular incident happened at Camp Hansen, the second furthest base from the Naval Hospital. One night, around 2 a.m. on a weekend, we get dispatched to one of the barracks buildings. I think the report was head injury. Anyways, I arrive in the stairwell to find a young Marine on his back, being restrained by 10 people. Multiple people per limb, and at least one holding down his head. This guy's head was covered in contusions that were already nice goose eggs. His eyes were rolled back. All I could see were the whites of them. He was pushing his chest up, about as hard as he could. And when he wasn't biting the air and gnashing his teeth like some sort of wild animal, he was screaming, "Make it stop," over and over again. They had his head forced down because he kept trying to smash the back of it against the ground. While we do our best to get him on a spine board and restrain him on it, I get the story from the witnesses. The guy had just been drinking a beer, talking to the Marine standing watch at the quarterdeck. According to the guy he'd been talking to, he seemed normal, like his usual self. Then according to the witnesses, he suddenly and out of nowhere walked over to the stairwell next to them and began screaming and slamming his face and head against the stairs, which is where all those contusions came from. They made it sound like it was a very abrupt change. For me, I'm in work mode. It's definitely strange, but I didn't get any, weird vibes. Just sort of processing it all as bizarre while thinking in the back of my head, didn't someone else mention they responded to a similar call just a few months ago? Someone told me they responded to that exact barracks building for a guy that was acting possessed. Similar story. Guy turns on the drop of a hat and becomes violent, and they have to tie him up with paracord while he's screaming, "Get it out." I later asked my firefighters, most of whom don't speak a lot of English, and they made it sound as if this happened a lot at that barracks. Anyway, I have the guy in my ambulance. He's fully strapped down, handcuffed to the spine board, and I have the staff sergeant there who says he was the guy's NCO from their last duty station. He described him as a pretty straight arrow. No history of trouble with drugs or substance abuse. Now, trying to rationalize it, there were drug problems with Marines on the island. Mainly Tylenol with codeine you could get over the counter at Japanese stores we weren't technically allowed to be in. And spice. Lots of spice issues. It's a synthetic cannabis that was also over the counter. It's typically laced with all different sorts of shit to get around bans. One ingredient in a brand is banned, so they mix up the formula and put it back on the shelves. I'd responded to a spice-linked call once. Some sweaty and spaced out guy in a post office. This didn't seem like that, but what the hell do I know? Anyway, the only way I can get this guy to sort of calm down is, and I don't know why I thought of this, but I just sort of moved the big plastic strap of the blocks securing his head over his eyes so he couldn't see. Kind of like how you see them do with alligators. I figured less stimulation is best. It works, sort of. He just kind of grunts and makes the occasional noise by the time we get him to the ER. Or maybe he's just tired himself out. Anyway, we get there, and it's Holdall City for him. He's sedated and the ER does its thing. I don't know what ultimately happened to him, but I do remember that one of the diagnoses ended up being rhabdomyolysis. Basically, muscle tissue breaks down and releases myoglobin into the blood. It can cause kidney damage, and when your kidneys shut down, you can become confused. If I wanted to explain it that way, I could, but to my knowledge, that's just not how it works. Infection and organ failure related confusion just doesn't happen that quickly. Not in the way the witnesses described. Could he have had some underlying psych issue? A mental break? Maybe. Schizophrenia? Perhaps. But it doesn't explain the apparent trend of incidents for for that building. None of the other barracks had that kind of history to my knowledge. By the time I'd handed off the guy to the ER, I felt a little weirded out. But I was actively thinking of the other story I'd heard. I'm talking to the ER physician, and I sort of made a comment about not thinking it was drug-related. And he basically just gives me a look and says, "You're an idiot. Go back to the station and get some sleep." So I just kind of forget about it. I did not follow up on what happened to him, although I easily could have. I'll end this by saying there's at least one other bit of paranormal type stuff I was aware of. The barracks building next to the one I was in apparently had a problem with sleep paralysis. It was building 5704 if anyone's familiar with Foster. I'd hang out with Marines at the smoke pit, and quite a number of them reported that they experienced sleep paralysis. And one of them mentioned seeing dead Japanese girls in his room when it happened. Fun stuff. Anyway, that's the story. I tried to be blunt about it. Sorry if it's not as descriptive as it could be. Like I said, I was kind of in work mode. Okay, this is a story my mum hates to tell because it scares her that much. I already forgot a lot because it's been a long time since the last time she told me the story. She always says she does not want to speak about it. I don't believe in the supernatural, but my mum seriously gets scared every time she tells this. So I find it hard to not believe her. I already have goosebumps writing this. There was a man in our village that apparently got possessed by his own dead father. And one night, he went out drinking. At around 3 a.m, he went home, and on his way home, he started to break every window he saw. He also walked through the cemetery. Anyways, when he got to my grandmother's house and started to do the same, break windows, my grandmother, uncle and his wife, and my mum came out. They knew him and thought he was drunk, so they started to talk to him. His hands were bloody because of the broken glass, and his voice was growly and low. They tried to calm him down, but he wasn't having it. Once my mum got closer to speak to him, he told her to back off with his normal voice. He said that because she was pregnant with me at the time, and somehow my mum being pregnant was able to bring him out. I don't know. My mum fainted because she got weak out of nowhere after he told her to back off with his normal voice. His voice got growly and deep again afterwards. Then, when my mum woke up, she saw him literally crawling up a palm tree my grandmother had in their garden. She said he was crawling the tall tree extremely fast and looked like an animal crawling on his fours instead of using mostly his arms like normal humans do when climbing. I don't remember what happened next, but when the sun rose, he started to speak normally again, and apparently all his wounds from the broken windows were healed, and he had not even a scar. Also, he could not remember anything. He then went to a priest who told him he had to do certain things to get rid of his father's spirit. If I remember correctly, he had to walk through the cemetery for a couple of days at an exact hour. When I was 15, my mum got really sick. She would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling or sleeping. She would eat like a toddler, picking at things with her fork. We didn't know what was wrong with her, but eventually, since she would barely eat and was becoming more of a recluse, my dad took her to the ER. She came home and went to a specialist the next day. My dad picked us up early that day and took us home, not sharing what happened until we got home. My mum had stage 3 terminal cancer in multiple areas of her body. She had been completely fine 3 months before. We went on with our lives as we all worked through this with my mum. Our pastor told us he had friends who ran a Pentecostal church a couple of hours away, and that maybe he could help us as he had tried everything he could. We decided to make the drive since we didn't have anything else to lose. This preacher knew we had arrived, despite not knowing what we looked like, our names, nor when we were coming. So shortly after we sat down together in a pew, he asked my mum to step forward. We all stood and followed her up to the front of this church, with 200 people staring at us. My sister and I were taken to one side of the altar by 2 older women, and my mum, dad, preacher, and 9 or 10 other people were opposite us. They started talking to my mum, and up until now I have no idea why we were here. The 2 women were talking with us, their arms around our shoulders. I heard over their voices growling, screaming, and profanities being spewed into the air by someone. It sounded like my mum's voice, but like she was using something to distort her voice. I looked at my mum for a moment, only to realize I wasn't looking at my mum. Yes, same hair, clothes, height, and weight. It was my mum, but something had taken her over. I could see it. Her face was distorted as if something was trying to escape her. Her eyes, very, very dark, despite being bright blue any other time. Her smile was large and unnatural for her. In that moment, I realized it was my mum making all those terrible sounds. Finally, it seemed the darkness that had overtaken our lives was gone. My mum was sitting near the altar. I walked over, hugged her, and sat down next to her. We talked for a few minutes, my dad and my sister coming to join us. People were leaving, and as we were getting our things together, the preacher and his family came to invite us to dinner. That night, my mum ate a large pizza, salad, and an order of 8 wings and breadsticks, all on her own. It was the most she had eaten in a year. The next day, Monday, my mum went to be seen to check the progression of her cancer. That day, she found out every single speck of cancer was no longer plaguing her body. She was as healthy as she was before this started. We haven't had an issue since then, and I'm 27 now. The demon who made himself known as Seth tortured my mum for years before this incident, coming in and out of her life. Hopefully, he's gone for good. A bit about me. I'm 20 going on 21 and I'm a first generation medium. When I was a kid about 9-10 years old, I lived in an old 2-story house with the paint chipping on the outside, and the backyard was a 10-acre bamboo forest that was dense. One night, I woke up a little after midnight, having to use the restroom, and when I went to go open my bedroom door, I noticed it wouldn't budge. I checked to see if it was locked. It wasn't. So my next guess was that my brother, who was a few years older than me, was on the other side of the door holding it closed. So I banged on the wall between his and my room, and he yelled at me to go back to sleep from his room. Immediately after I heard him, I started pounding on my door, trying to get some help, and after a few minutes, my mother woke up and tried to open the door, but she couldn't get it to move either. She even went as far as unscrewing the doorknob, but still, it didn't work. I guess I passed out sometime, cause I don't remember what happened after that. A few nights later, I woke up between 2 to 3 a.m, needing to use the restroom, and I was in there for a few minutes, so I had some time to wake up, and when I got back to my room, I instantly felt something was watching me. I slowly looked towards my window because out of the corner of my eye, I could see that it was opened. When I moved in my room a little bit and was able to fully look out the window, I froze. My room is on the 2nd floor with nothing under the window for 25 feet. Yet something was staring me dead in the eyes. I couldn't move. After a few seconds, I was able to dive behind my bed to try and avoid it. I've never seen anything like it. It had a rotting, bloody face with glowing yellow eyes and a dark grin. Again, I passed out. The next couple of nights after I saw it, I wasn't able to sleep in my room out of fear, so I slept downstairs on the futon. That was a mistake. The third night I slept on the futon, I woke up outside, deep in the middle of that bamboo forest, covered in dirt and leaves. After, I got up and tried my best to get back to my house, but when I got back, the cops were there because I was reported missing. I somehow got out of the house without unlocking any of the doors or windows, and without setting off the alarm. A few months after that, we moved out of that house and I started seeing things that I couldn't before. I know it's still following me, or rather, something is. Ever since the original incident, I've been getting more involved into the paranormal and metaphysical, and I've come to realize many things, but many things are still left unanswered. The one thing I did learn is the identity of the demon, and a little bit about why it was after me. The reason why it was after me, I've had this confirmed by a few psychics, but I apparently have a dark spot in my soul that was placed there when I was about 9-10, which aligns with the original incident. But ever since that happened, I've been able to see things and sense things that other people couldn't see, and I could do things as well. But recently, after about a year of having a ward placed in my house to keep everything out, I took it down just to see if anything would happen again, and right as rain, something happened the next night, and the night after that. A few days ago, I started feeling like my body wasn't completely my own, like as if I was watching from the sidelines. I could see my life playing out. It almost feels like something else has made a home out of my body. Any advice or help is appreciated. I have relatives in Malaysia, and I recently went for a funeral there. This story was told to me by a relative when he saw the same priest that was performing the rites for my dead relative. He said this same priest performed rites for another guy in Kedah, in Malaysia, and something epic happened, which even this priest told them that it was the first time he witnessed such things. By the way, my relative was at both funerals. Just some background. Funerals in Malaysia usually last 1 night or 2 nights, and the rites are long. It is not uncommon to stretch until 2 or 3 a.m. So, for this other funeral, the priest and relatives were calling back the spirit at about 11 p.m. The streets were quiet and there was no wind. They tried a few times, but to no avail. After more than a few times, suddenly the dogs on the streets whined and barked, and the winds suddenly blew strongly. Exactly at this moment, one of the relatives, a young guy in his early 20s, suddenly jumped up. They were all kneeling down and shouted, "She's back." He knocked into all the others who were kneeling down. He then ran into a room in the house and was apparently shaken. The rest ran into the room to check on him, and suddenly this guy was possessed and spoke in a strange tongue. 4 to 5 strong men tried to subdue him but couldn't. The priest then realized that this guy was wearing a Buddha pendant or amulet on his neck, the type where there's a Buddha in the box, and he pulled it out immediately. The guy then collapsed and fainted, but woke up shortly after. Just when everyone thought it was over, and the priest was explaining that this guy committed a sin by wearing Buddha pendant and kneeling down in front of the deceased. Buddha is a god and shouldn't kneel down to people. That's why he was possessed. This part I'm not sure, so I want to hear what you guys say. Back to the story. When the priest was explaining halfway and everyone was taking a rest, suddenly the mum of the guy who was possessed went to the coffin and shouted loudly at the corpse. She shouted, "You are dead, and you shouldn't come back to harm the living." The priest rushed outside the house to the coffin to where the auntie was, and immediately used his gear to contain the situation. The rites that we see on TV that priests usually do. This auntie then calmed down and fainted. After all these happened, everyone was scared, and nobody really dared to do anything. The priest then explained what was going on. He also asked if this family were praying to a master of sorts, because this auntie was possessed by a master, and the relatives said yes. Note that this family weren't from this Malaysia state, and this was the first time they met the priest. The priest wrapped up the rites and got everyone to sit down and explained what happened. He said for the first case, the young guy, he shouldn't wear a Buddha pendant and kneel in front of the deceased, and reminded everyone, next time don't do the same thing. As for the second case, the auntie was too overwhelmed with emotions when she saw her son being possessed, and this invoked the master to possess her. My grandma is from a small village in China and sold fish for a living a long time ago. She once told me a story about a fish demon in the water. It occurred when there was suddenly a huge abundance of fish, and that's when people really started to notice something was up. In ancient Chinese mythology, if an animal gets enough spiritual energy, it can transform into human form or become a big monster and harm human nature, often feasting on human flesh. The children of the village loved to swim in the water, as this was a very long time ago. Stuff like bacteria, infections, etc. weren't common knowledge. And keep in mind, this is a very poor village. It is all really safe. Well, at least had been until lately. Bodies of some children have been washed ashore. Now, to say they are bodies will be incorrect because they are still alive, but you can tell from their eyes a part of them is gone. It is said that the fish demons eat children's souls, taking away all their feelings and memories, and the children are essentially walking zombies. Many of them later walked back into the river and drowned, whilst trying to lure other children in the water to play with them. Some have said they became a subordinate to the fish demon, a slave to bring it more meals. As it was still a young demon, it could only feed on children. But as time passed, the demon got stronger and its powers were strong enough to feast on adults. There is more to this story. I will keep updating when my grandma is able to remember more. She said she was one of the children who were taken by the fish demon, but her mother somehow got her back. I will keep updated when I find out how. When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. On the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. My parents are divorced. The house she lived in was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house was at least 150, maybe 200 years old. My mum told me off and on of strange sounds she'd been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes. Feelings of being watched. This one particular evening when I spent the night, I brought my Nintendo 64 because my mum would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing. WWF No Mercy. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left of me, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller, and I saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood was coming out of the sliver that separated the hoof. I thought to myself, how strange. I slowly glanced up, and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned down towards me. Its face got down on my level, and it grinned the most evil smile. The eyes, black, face red. Blood was dripping from its teeth. It was so surreal, I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later it was the fight or flight response. Several seconds later, I came to, laying on the floor. I could barely move. The demonic figure in the chair laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry from me. I lost all strength. I did all I could to crawl up to my mum's room and woke her up. After I woke her up, we talked and she believed me. She told me she too had seen the same thing earlier that week, but didn't want to scare me. I don't know what to make of it and still think of it to this day. I have no doubt demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when two people see the same thing on two separate occasions, either we're both crazy, or something is or was wrong with that old farmhouse. My mum has thankfully moved since, and we haven't encountered that thing again. My boyfriend and I decided yesterday to help my father move into my grandmother's house. My parents are currently going through a nasty divorce, and my mother has taken all of his money and sold the house. He was kicked out the day after the divorce was announced. My mother tried to keep us from my dad by telling us how horrible and awful he is. Neither of us like my mother, and she's a compulsive liar, so it was a no-brainer that we would help him with everything. My grandmother's house has 3 bedrooms and a large basement with a crawl space and storage room. My grandmother is the sweetest and kindest lady you'll ever meet, and was super happy to have my dad living with her again. My grandfather recently passed away from C. diff, which is a horrible bacterial infection. He essentially bled out through his intestines after they burst. We were all able to say goodbye to him, but it was still a horrible death. For months before he died, my little cousin, 11 years old, my aunt, and I had nightmares about a large black figure coming to take my grandfather away. The figure was always in the basement, and it was always laughing menacingly. Whenever any of us would visit, we would avoid the basement unless someone else came down with us. All 3 of us have had paranormal experiences in the past, and we believe we are sensitive about these things. The thing in the basement terrified us more than anything. I had a similar nightmare the day after he passed. However, the figure already had my grandfather in its grasp. I hadn't been back to the house for about a year after he passed. The night before we went to the home to help my father move in, both my boyfriend and I had a terrible nightmare about the basement and the figure in it. I can't describe the primal fear that was elicited from the laugh of the creature. We went nonetheless. We arrived around 10 a.m. and spent all day unpacking the moving truck and getting my dad settled. We had dinner around 6 p.m. and I was asked to unpack some things in the basement. My boyfriend went with me and we took down a bunch of boxes. The whole time we were down there, we felt as though we were being watched. It didn't help that my grandma has a collection of Anne of Green Gables dolls and various other porcelain dolls in the room where we were unpacking. About a quarter of the way through the first box, one of the dolls fell off the shelf onto the bed. We put her back up and tried to shake off the nervous feeling we had. We kept hearing thumping noises from the storage room next to us, which developed into banging and pounding. My dad came down to see what the noise was all about, and just as he entered the basement, the pounding knocked another doll off the shelf. His face went pale, and he told us to come back upstairs. As we were headed up the stairs, we heard laughing from the storage room. This made us all book it up to the kitchen. My grandma heard the laughing and said, "Just ignore him, he'll go away." This made us even more nervous, especially when she wouldn't elaborate. We were watching TV and getting ready to leave when we heard a loud bang in the basement, and my grandma asked us to check it out. She had been having troubles with her boiler and thought that that was what had banged. My dad, boyfriend and I all went down slowly and very tentatively to see what the issue was. We opened the door to see a mess. All of the boxes and jars in the storage room were tossed about, and in the middle of the room was an old-looking Ouija board. My dad grabbed my arm and pulled me back and shut the door as quickly as he could. He stormed upstairs and confronted my grandma about why there was a Ouija board in her storage room. Apparently, she has been trying to contact my grandpa. She was hearing and seeing things that she thought were signs that he was trying to talk to her. So, she got out the board that my dad and my uncles used to use and tried to talk to him. The only problem is that my uncles and my dad had a terrible experience with that specific board when they were in college. They had been hit, scratched, their room had been destroyed, and they had heard evil laughter. They had done the Ouija board in the exact room it was in now. My dad explained this to us as we kept hearing things being tossed around downstairs. He said that he recognized the board and that they had burned the board over 35 years ago. My grandma's face began to drop as she understood that this thing was definitely not Grandpa. We then saw a large black mass gather at the bottom of the basement steps and slowly rise up towards us. We all scattered and ran out of the various exits of the house away from this thing. My grandma was inconsolable because she finally realized that it was not my grandfather, and because it felt like it wanted to do us harm. My grandma has lived in this house for 50 years and has raised 3 boys there. She has never experienced evil the way it manifested like that. By 9 p.m, we were all tired and ready to go in the house and try and get my dad and grandma settled for bed so boyfriend and I could head out. We didn't have enough room in our apartment to bring both of them to our place, and we didn't want to leave anyone alone. So they decided to stay together upstairs and we'd leave our phones on in case they needed us. We headed inside and I went to go to the washroom. In my grandma's washroom there is a large teddy bear that used to be my favorite toy when I was little. It would laugh and sing to me and it was super cuddly. It was sitting above the medicine cabinet, parallel to the toilet. As I was finishing up business, I heard demonic-sounding electronic laughter coming from this teddy bear that hadn't worked in 20 years. I looked up towards the thing, absolutely terrified, and saw its head turn towards me suddenly. For reference, this bear never, ever moved. There were no animatronics in this bear to enable it to move. Even the stitching on the head of the bear should have made it impossible to move. I screamed as loud as I could above the noise of the laughing while this thing's head kept turning from side to side. The old oak door to the bathroom had locked on its own and wouldn't budge no matter what I did to move the deadbolt. My boyfriend ended up breaking the door down with my dad. The teddy bear continued to laugh maniacally for about 20 minutes before my grandma finally chucked it outside. My boyfriend and I got the heck out of there, and I don't think we will ever go back. I called my aunt and told her everything that had happened, and she told me she had a nightmare the night before about the demon figure in the basement eating me alive. I told my dad this, and he convinced my grandma to contact the local parish to do a blessing on the home. I have had my fair share of experiences with the paranormal, but this thing was utterly evil and powerful. I am very concerned for my dad and my grandma's health and well-being. but there is nowhere else for them to go. My dad's divorce left him destitute, and my grandma's other son owns her home and refuses to let her sell. From her reaction to the entity, I'd say this has been going on for a while. I believe she has invited whatever it is in because she thought it was her husband. She may have even ignored everything, believing she was going crazy until we all experienced it with her. It has left her emotionally unstable, knowing that it is something else, not Grandpa. Meanwhile, my boyfriend and I are shaken and a little scared from that experience. We can only hope it didn't follow us home. I was in 4th grade, coming home after a basketball game. It was late at night and the moon was full. My pawpaw had picked me up and we went to Wendy's and I got my classic chicken nuggets and a chocolate frosty because he always treated me out to food. I still remember the blue jersey and my team name like it was yesterday. We were riding in the van my pawpaw owned back to my house, and we parked across from my house in the backyard driveway. The way the gravel driveway is set up, it's wide and slightly long, and we had parked on the side further away from the side of my house. My door was facing that side of the house. I had gotten out of the van to go inside, so I grabbed my chicken nuggets and hopped out of the van, while my pawpaw was trying to get something out of the van. Just then I noticed something and look over, and there was the thing that would haunt me for years to come. It was a demon-like entity. As a kid, I have watched Ghost Hunters and all the alien shows, and had been informed into this world of the paranormal. But this was my first ever experience that led me down the path I'm at today with the dead and demons. It had a tail and long sharp claws, horns on its head and teeth that looked like razors, dripping a slimy liquid. The fur on its back was sharp and pointed off like it could cut me open with one touch. It was like a weird porcupine's, but it was thin and shaved in a mohawk style down its back. Hollow black sockets for eyes. I could feel its negative energy even as a kid. I knew it was bad, and it wasn't there for a great time. I watched it as it stood there, looking away, staring at the road we were just on like it had waited for us. I waited, speechless. I couldn't breathe as my body slammed against the van like my life was being sucked away from fear. I watched as this demon slowly turns its head to look me dead in the eye. At this point, I waited for an attack or something to happen. As soon as it saw me, it ran around the house to the front like it was scared of me. Thinking back, I was a kid with such positive light and a kind soul, and I'm sure it saved me that night. I thought it was a cat till I noticed the shadow did not hit the ground but instead wrapped around the house like a snake. My pawpaw stepped out of the van and asked me if I was okay, like he knew what I saw. I would never understand why he seemed like he knew what I saw. That night stuck with me for so long, and I did not open up about it for the longest time. Time flies by and now I'm much older. I'm in college, about to finish and growing in life. I'd forgotten about the time I saw that thing. Well, one day, I'd met a guy through a friend of mine. His name was Logan. He said he felt like we were connected somehow, which I had no understanding of why. Logan was a demonologist. He had a long history with demons and exorcisms, and I thought his adventures were cool. Me and him hung out several times and we would trade stories about all the crazy crap that has happened to us. And I also helped him on a lot of his cases, since I had many talents to provide, such as talking to the dead and being psychic. One day, he had told me of a friend of his who had a horrible demon attached to him. I thought it was interesting to hear of the story and asked more on it. Supposedly, Logan had done some alchemy to try and trap the demon, but it had escaped and was trying to harm him. Me being able to see the dead he needed my help to find secret routes to trees and help him capture this demon. I was hesitant at first, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for such a high task, since I finally started to get somewhere with my gifts. Well, I agreed. We gathered the roots and prepared to do the ritual to trap it. We set everything up and we started. I was fine, but all of a sudden I blanked out and got a vision. I asked him for a piece of paper and started scribbling and drawing uncontrollably, like I wasn't controlling my hand. I have these normally, and at this point Logan was used to it. He knew I was seeing a sign, someone or something. I stopped and looked down at what I drew. On the paper was the hollow sockets, the horns, the teeth, the fur. The demon who had come to me when I was young. His friend's demon was my demon. I had seen him first, way before that poor boy had become possessed by him. Logan had seen it once before, and I showed him the drawing. His eyes widened in fear, and I knew what I had drawn was what he saw. He shook his head. He was freaked out. I told him the story of my childhood and what happened, and he told me more details on the demon. As he was talking, I felt 3 finger-like pressures run across my forehead. I asked him what the 3 fingers thing I felt was. When he had done his research, the demon harms you with 3 scratches, but it seemed like he wanted to hurt me, but he could only do pressure. It seemed like I was too strong. When I heard that, I got a nervous jitter. Oh God, he remembers me. That's when we finished up the ritual and trapped it because I was done with this demon and wanted it gone. To this day, I still get a feeling of him when I think of the jar we trapped him in and my memories. It's like he is trapped in my head, a piece of my mind, my own Build-A-Bear demon. And that is the story of my childhood demon, returning for a visit. An update. It's been a while since I wrote the first part to this, and boy, have things been interesting since I last wrote. First, I want to start with the actual ritual itself we used to trap the demon, so the story makes more sense. The ritual we used was an alchemist ritual. It took a large jar, iron, liquid, a rock, nails, sigils on the floor, and the biggest ingredient was a drop of blood from the person performing the ritual, and a personal sacrifice from them. No, not animals or anything wild like that. Logan sacrificed his third eye, his abilities, in a sense. Him sacrificing his third eye keeps the demon trapped and keeps us all safe. This plays into the long run of this update. Flash forward to now. I'm married, working in my 2nd degree, and have moved states away from where I originally was. So a lot has changed. I haven't kept in touch with Logan, except with the minor exemption of this one day. I'd been working in the house when I received a phone call from Logan. He had asked me if I had any weird experiences or anything happened recently. Me being concerned, I said no, not currently, but why do you ask? He said he had been messing around with magic that involved going back in time through astral projection to make changes. Now, I didn't think much about this, but I would soon find out that that small conversation meant a lot. I later received a phone call from another friend letting me know that he had gone back to get his third eye abilities reinstated, and from the sound of it, she said he succeeded. She told me she thought she would call to warn me because she knew about the ritual we had done. The first thing I thought of was the day that he used it to trap the demon. I have pondered on that conversation all day, and I was very anxious. But I had high hopes that if he took back his third eye abilities, it wouldn't cause the demon to get loose. And boy was I wrong, because the next day I got a phone call from my husband's family telling me his grandmother was in the hospital from a sudden attack, and she had no clue where it came from, and there was a possibility she would not make it. If you don't know this demon, he preys on people who are very religious, people who believe deeply and are high up in their religion. I know this for 2 reasons. Logan had let me know what he preys on, and not even a few months after I had seen it with my pawpaw, he had passed away. My profile was a highly devoted Christian who played music in the church. My husband's grandma is a devoted Buddhist, and when I heard she had an attack out of nowhere, I got extremely nervous after everything that went down with Logan the prior day. I ran into the room where I could do my spell work. I'm a long-time practicing Wiccan as well. I immediately started working on a protection spell for my husband's grandmother. And then, I felt a sudden anxiety come over me, and I could hear what sounded like a small growl. I felt those same 3 fingers press on my forehead as it did that time ago, as if it wanted me to sacrifice what Logan couldn't. I hurried as fast as I could to finish off the protection spell and get everything made. After everything was done, I cleansed my space and did extra precautious things to make sure the house was safe. That day, I was more worried about her than I was myself. As soon as I finished the protection spell, I got a phone call from my husband's family telling me that she was okay, and it ended up just being an asthma attack. They got her medication and she is fine now. My heart sank with relief. I knew the demon had gone to attack her. The wild thing is, the jar is already at the bottom of this river, and in a state that I am no longer living in, and I cannot go back to trap it, nor am I willing to sacrifice my third eye, because it is part of the abilities that make me a medium. I haven't kept in touch with Logan because this has made me so angry, and I know the demon is still out there, waiting for me to give in. I do protection things around the house every single day, and on all my friends and family. I don't know if I'll ever see the demon again, or if he'll come to visit me when my time is up. All I know is, he's out there, somewhere, free to roam, and free to continue taking those who he wants to devour. I need to write this down and share because this is a totally different experience than just ghosts, angels, demons and all that. I feel like you'll very much be intrigued and confused if you can listen to this entire story. This is a long story about an entity I've had attached to me for roughly 2.5 to 3 years now. And honestly, I'm so heightened to the experiences that I was never really terrified or wanting to cleanse the energy away. I seriously believe that whatever this entity is, it was never human or part of our realm. I will go more in depth later in the story, but this creature almost mocks the Christian ideologies of angels and demons. This entity is not negative nor positive, and I believe it does not have a gender, although I feel a more masculine presence over a feminine one. So let's begin. The first experience I ever had with this creature clicked in my head and has made me shift my idea on how the entity became attached to me. At first, I believed it was because I used a Ouija board, and a few days later I noticed the presence a lot more, but no. I have later remembered that I did a guided third eye meditation which is no longer on YouTube, and I'm glad it's not, because if this happened to someone who wasn't as capable with energies, I would be very worried. The meditation I did about 4.5 years ago was very strange. I remember laying down in my bed and listening to the voice on the video. It asked you to start breathing in a very strange way. You had to almost have a shaking breathing style and listen to audios I've never heard on any other guided or non-guided meditation, and I have participated in endless amounts of them. During the meditation, I felt and envisioned a large black hand with long nails on the left side of my chest. It felt as if I was sitting up in my bed, and I could feel the hand push me gently back down onto the bed. I didn't want to break the meditative state, and even though my heart began to race, I continued to keep my eyes closed, and I followed to the end of the meditation when I could hear the voice giving cues to wake up again. After sitting up, all I could see was a strange purple aura around everything I looked at. This comes into play later. After that meditation, I never really noticed the energy or hand again. Until fast forward a few years when I was using the Ouija board. A few days after using the board, I started to feel a very angry masculine presence on the far corner of my garage. The same garage I used the board in. I paid no mind to it really, at first, due to the fact that since I was a child, I've been having experiences and feeling energies, so at that point I was accustomed to it. The energy started to become more comfortable with my presence, and I began to no longer feel that negative energy. I can feel a very heavy energy in my stomach and chest, but it is no longer dark and negative. After a few months of feeling the presence every day, it began to, for lack of better language, try to mess with me more in a childish yet more powerful way than I've ever felt any other energy do. This energy I strongly believe is the most powerful I have ever personally encountered, and possibly will ever encounter. The entity would always be behind me when I was walking to the garage door to leave. Many times I would go to open the door and it would close itself. I could feel the entity behind me and I started to talk aloud to it from then on. I don't get verbal responses that I can hear, or responses at all. It's more the entity will do something in response to my words, or will shift the energy I'm feeling as to give a response. The entity definitely likes to use doors the best when it wants my attention, but it has actually touched me, like the meditation, and another few times. I was with my friend at probably 2 a.m. in our small town, in the grocery store parking lot on our bikes. We didn't want to drive since it was summer and we were taking in the fresh air. I closed my eyes while standing in the empty parking lot. I was hovering over my bike and my friend was beside me. All of a sudden I felt those same black hands with sharp nails, gently on my lower back. I immediately opened my eyes and looked to my friend, who could straight away see something had happened. I asked if she touched me, which she said no since she was beside me the whole time. She would start to sometimes feel the entity's energy around me. One time I was driving, probably a couple of weeks after the parking lot incident, and she saw the hand come beside my face while I was driving. That same summer we went on a trip together with 2 other people. There was a small pond near the Airbnb we were staying at, and it was about 3 a.m. We were about to go to the pond and one of the people we were with yelled "Hail Satan" into the pond forested area. I told my friend after that the entity was planting the idea in my head that we shouldn't go in there. I was feeling super heavy, and as I said that, she had a look in her eyes that I won't forget. She mentioned she could see the dark entity wrapping its arms around my shoulders, as if to hold me down to not go in. We went to the pond area anyways, as a light from a utility shed kept flashing on and off a total of 3 separate times. My friend and I knew we all had to pack up our stuff and leave the bench we were sitting on. We left the pond, and the next day the 2 other people on the trip who aren't very spiritually inclined or open to it left for the day, and my friend and I went back to the pond. We both had an overwhelming need to for whatever reason. We noticed the bench we were sitting on the night before was a memorial bench, and the 2 others had disrespected that space, and that is why the entity was trying to get me to leave the pond that first night. Fast forward to after the summer trip to around October 2019. I started dating my significant other, and my friend from before was at my SO's house, with me and her boyfriend at the time. We were all sitting at the kitchen table and the door behind us opened by itself. My friend looked to me and said, "Hey," so I replied, "That's not very nice, sir. Close the door." Needless to say, everyone almost died of shock when the door immediately closed. This is when I started to really know that this entity is very, very real. It will do things in front of the people I'm around and not just in front of me. That was what really stuck in my head. Other small experiences included the shower curtain blowing open when I was showering, the screen door to my house Holding open once, I swung it open, and there was no wind. A door near my entryway always opens when I haven't paid much attention to the entity's presence, and it wants to remind me. When I was watching the nun, he mimicked the hands over my face in the coffin scene to mock the Christian demons and movie. And I could go on, but I think you get the idea. This entity, I notice, has a purple aura, which is what made me realize that it was attached to me, most likely because of the meditation. Anyways, this entity's still always around me. Just yesterday I got goosebumps and chills all over my body when I was in a down mood, and I could feel the entity directly behind me, not trying to drain my energy, but I was feeling very alone, and it was almost like it was trying to comfort me. I've decided that I'm not going to try and cleanse this energy away, and I'll let it stay for as long as it feels like. Since I'm not being drained, it's not hurting anyone, and I see no need to detach the entity if it doesn't want to go and isn't doing anything. It's been attached to me fully for up to 3 years now, and it's a normal part of my daily life. I'd love to know what you think of this. Any comments or questions would be appreciated.
This was a happening that dramatically changed my mother's perception of the world. My mother-in-law Malika's voice crackled with emotion as she recalled her mother's disturbing recollection of the haunted event that a few of her relations underwent in the early spring of '54. At that time, her dear grandfather sought the comfort that came with sharing a meal with his jovial brother Yusuf. It also didn't hurt that his sister-in-law was a renowned master of Djinn cuisine. With the local mosque's predictably comforting azan, call to prayer, echoing majestically off the surrounding hilltops, Grandpa Mustafa sipped away at the steamy tea in an earthen clay cup that was fashioned by his own weather-beaten and calloused fingers. He was debating with himself about what to bring his brother's brood. As he was an amiable and considerate soul, he settled on some extra sugar for the children and a new tagine that he had successfully haggled for a bargain price at the local souk. With a chuckle at the mental picture of the children's faces once they laid their eager eyes on the typically unattainable sugar, he lightly picked a bag with these items he knew would be welcomed by his most cherished clansmen. Mustafa set off for the relatively short 3-kilometer hike to the humble dwelling of his kinsman, mindful of the fast-approaching grey clouds that were blanketing the sky towards the west. His many years as a tribal herdsman had schooled him on the importance of maintaining a determined weather vigil at all times. The atmospheric conditions notoriously change on a dime in these parts of Morocco, due to how the nearby Atlas Mountains affect the fluctuating climate. He loved to inhale the fresh-smelling breeze that permeates the air of this season. Spring being a long-awaited reprieve from the dark, inhospitable conditions of winter. This past winter had been especially severe, and not just because of the foreseeable cold gloominess. The colonizing French officials were purloining in the most basic of life's necessities from all Moroccan people. Their treacherous demands were increasing to the point that many in the countryside were beginning to not just feel the pinch of such partisan demands, but actual hunger could be read in the eyes of their neighbors' children due to the lack of bread and legumes. Feeling the stirrings of anger that usually followed such contemplations, Grandpa Mustafa consciously pushed these thoughts back into the recesses of his mind with an air of determination. Tonight, he would be the good-humored uncle to his nieces, and the rock that his brother and sister-in-law needed to lean on. He took the responsibility as the elder brother seriously, and with the death of his father, Mustafa was now the head of their clan. With a cautious, upward glance at the inky black clouds that rimmed the not-too-distant bluffs, he descended the first hill almost robotically, so accustomed were his feet to the well-used footpath that wound through the rugged landscape. As he set about scaling the closely laid adjacent hill, Grandpa began to hum a traditional folk song under his breath while stifling his urge to whistle. Twilight was fast approaching, and the words of his long-dead beloved mother rang in his consciousness. So clear was his memory of her speech that it was almost audible to his ears now, as it had been back when the words had first been uttered. "Don't whistle after the Ishat prayer has been given. The Djinn wake to begin their day at that time, and to whistle is to beckon them to join you." Grandpa was a gifted whistler whose talent was on par with a professional flutist. However, he was also a devout Muslim and feared no one but Allah. Even so, Grandpa was of the opinion that he would be testing his piety by overriding his mother's guidance, and that would be flippantly sacrilegious. So he suppressed his desire to let out a melodic reverberation through his teeth and instead began crooning a tribal ballad of his youth. Just as Grandpa crested the second hill, he was able to see the progress of the approaching storm. "I must hurry if I don't want to get drenched," he advised himself. Navigating his way through the rocky terrain, he thought that he began to hear music of some kind, carried by the wind of the advancing weather system. For a few minutes, he assumed that he imagined it, as music was an integral part of his daily existence, and he commonly sang without knowingly doing it. Music brought both a beauty to his soul and, of late, an escape from constant worry about the scarcity of food. State-driven poverty was being foisted upon him and his countrymen, and it was starting to become unbearable. When he, often with his family members joining him, harmonized regional melodies, hope seemed to be once again within reach. Grandpa continued downward, with the simple goal of making good time in order to outrun the clouds that were beginning to bear down on the little hills with determination. Shifting the weight of the sack that was carelessly slung over his shoulder, he could distinctly make out the warblings of a wedding chant. In traditional Moroccan society, songs of marriage that have been around since time immemorial are played at all weddings to not only entertain guests, but to accompany the happy couple into a blessed life together. To play them at other times would be inappropriate, to say the least. Despite this knowledge, the music was now easily discernible as wedding songs. Fighting his own rationale, he began to question his sanity. "Am I so tired as to be dreaming this into existence?" he wondered. The realization that this was not a figment of his imagination kick-started his mind into high gear. Immediately, Grandpa began looking for a source of these misplaced tunes, but to no avail. All at once, appearing before him, was a confusing scene. Of what? He was unsure. He was able to register a campfire of sorts, and beings of a diminutive stature. What a curious troop of misfits, he thought. The mundane was what was expected and familiar to him. This was anything but. However, the path of his journey would inevitably take him past the sight of this strangeness, so he mustered all of his courage and dauntlessly plodded ahead. Grandpa approached the group while averting his eyes, so as not to inspire any irritation at his potentially perceived intrusion in the group's doings. His curiosity was jarringly piqued when a high-pitched wail yowled, and he turned to face the ensemble. He reflexively gasped at what he saw. In the light of the dancing flames, he beheld the creatures of every nightmare he could recall, and also the one lost to waking memory. His eyes flitted from one figure to the next in rapid succession. He saw horns above a squashed face. "Horns!" he inwardly screamed. The next demon had an extra eye dotting his forehead like a misplaced bleeding wound, as all three were distinctly red. If gender was a quality that the last two beings had, the next one was surely female, however grotesquely so. her hag-like appearance sent shockwaves through his perception of reality. She had 3 misshapen breasts that jiggled with every bounce of her hips in perfect time to the beat of the drum. The drummer was the most fear-inspiring of all, with his gleaming, white, irisless eyes and wide, malicious grin full of pointed, amber-colored teeth, which was still visible in the waning gleam of twilight and the dancing beam of the fire. Grandpa stood, dumbstruck. His thoughts were snarled together like a woolen yarn that his mother had once tasked him with untangling. His mind reeled 1,000,000 miles an hour, even as his body was frozen as if in a state of rigor mortis. Perhaps it was a flight or fight response that caused one thought to scream over the rest of the chaos in his brain. "Run, or you will die," shrieked with so much authority that he felt as though it left aftershocks of the command vibrating through every cell in his body. Grandpa was running, for where? That didn't even occur to him. His mind continued to play that unimaginable scene in a loop, as legs carried him back to the earthen stone hovel that was his home. Now my great-uncle was worried when his brother didn't show. He didn't wait for the morning light to look for him. He knew that if Grandpa was injured somehow, that he must get to him quickly. In such a state, his life would be in peril, for this was an unforgiving and rough country. Great-uncle pushed open the roughly hewn door of Grandpa's hut, while hollering his name. Quickly, his fumbling fingers found the rusted oil lamp that was placed on a hook near the entrance as he scraped a match against the wall. He lit it, and a warm glow emanated from the rusty lamp and filled the cramped living room. He was wholly unprepared for the sight that met his eyes as he approached the stone structure's only bed and pulled off the worn quilt covering the quivering mass of what he believed to be his brother. He discovered his brother Mustafa, who was lying in a fetal position. Grandpa was convulsing slightly, his deathly pale skin glistening with sweat, with mouth agape and crying like a man in mourning. "What happened to you? Are you sick?" Great-uncle Yusuf gently inquired. Grandpa Mustafa opened his mouth to speak, but the words seemed to catch in his throat even though his mouth continued to rhythmically open and close like that of a fish on dry land. Yusuf was determined to aid his only living brother, so he stayed with him throughout the night. In the morning he fetched his wife and children, and as a family, they resolved to stay with Mustafa for as long as it took to see him on his feet again. On the 3rd day, Great-uncle's wife had informed him that Mustafa's hair was falling out, and that the remaining hair was turning a shocking white. What was more concerning was that he could not yet eat on his own, and his speech had not yet returned. This was a mystery illness, and they were quite baffled as to how to treat it. In 2 weeks' time, Grandpa's hair was now solid white, and he was still extremely lethargic, but he began to mumble a few words, much to the relief of his family. He was now growing stronger day by day. The night before Great-uncle and his family were to leave for their own abode, Grandpa revealed the frightening events to them. Great-uncle's wife had heard her own family's tales of such encounters, and said as much in order to lend credence to Mustafa's telling and assure her brother-in-law that she believed his story. With his head on a sala mat, Great-uncle stayed up all night, praying that his family would never again be targeted by evil. It was in the early hours of the morning, on a fateful day in the early 2000s, when a middle-aged woman was found unconscious on the road in a Diwanya suburb. When she was taken to the hospital, she had a horrific story to tell the authorities. Apparently, she was a musician, and she had been hired to provide entertainment for a gathering in a large villa in the neighborhood she was found in. As the night went on, however, she came to realize that a number of her clients weren't entirely human. She tried to escape and evidently failed. This allegedly happened in Duanya, Kuwait, in Western Asia. In the late 2000s, source doesn't give an exact date, stories appeared in the Kuwaiti media detailing the run-in that a hapless victim had with beings that would normally be confined to the dark reaches of mythology and folklore. The musician was a middle-aged woman who plays a traditional Kuwaiti instrument. She received a call from a prospective client who wanted to hire her for her services during the month of Ramadan. Since it is inappropriate to perform music during Ramadan, the witness initially refused, but the caller insisted and tripled her usual fee, persuading her to go. The callers sent their own driver to pick her up, and what began as a usual musical event suddenly took a sharp turn for the supernatural. The party started early in the evening, but continued on till 12 a.m., at which point some of the attendees began to act bizarrely. A group of young girls at the center of the room, for example, started to dance very aggressively. They moved in such a vigorous manner that their legs began showing under their long dresses, revealing that their legs were not in fact those of humans, but rather bore a closer resemblance to horses' legs. Terrified as anyone would be in this anomalous situation, the woman ran out of the party where she found the driver who had picked her up waiting for her. Panicked, she quickly got into the car and refused to comment when the driver asked her what was wrong, due to being too distraught to speak coherently. After a couple of minutes, however, she had calmed down enough to be asked again by the driver. She told him that some of the partygoers did not have human legs, prompting the driver to reply,
You mean just like mine?
before revealing his legs under his clothes. Like the young girls at the gathering, they were those of an animal. The woman was hysterical with fear at this point, and so threw herself from the car and landed on the street, rendering herself unconscious. The next day, after reporting the bizarre incident, she decided to return to the villa accompanied by local authorities. However, the villa was gone. It had completely vanished, leaving nothing behind but an empty yard. Ethiopia is sometimes said to be home to satyrs and fauns, which resemble humanoids with goat-like feet and legs. The source from which I garnered this story also makes a link to the Hebrew figure of the Queen of Sheba, or Bilquis, who was said in various folktales and apocryphal accounts from all three Abrahamic faiths to have animal hooves. This links her to the ghoul or gull, which is sometimes classified as a type of Djinn in Islamic tradition. The words said by the driver just before revealing his non-human identity are also very closely mimicked in Japanese folklore, with it this time coming from the terrifying faceless shapeshifters known as Noperabo, just before they make their human faces melt away with the intention of scaring the bejesus out of an unfortunate victim. The OP wrote this article but found the information contained wherein through a video published by an obscure yet enjoyable YouTube channel called Mysterious Middle East. My sister brought this story up to me a couple of times, and every single time she does, I get creeped out. This happened to my sister a couple of years ago in our apartment. She was in my parents' room praying. We are Muslim, so my sister was wearing a headscarf and long skirt to pray with. My parents' room has a huge mirrored closet, so my sister was praying in front of it, which is a big nope from me. As she's praying, she hears someone open the door behind her. While they open it, she told me that everyone that was home was in the living room. So as she bends over while praying, she hears footsteps behind her coming closer. Because she's bending down, she can't see from the skirt, So as she rises up to standing, she looks in the mirror and makes a dash to the living room, not even finishing her prayer. She said that in the mirror, she saw a tall black figure behind her, and it attempted to wrap its long arms around her when she stood up. She said as she ran, she looked back and still saw it in the mirror. She ran to my dad and told him, and he said it was nothing. Still dumbfounded, she asked him later and he said, yeah, that was a Djinn. For anyone that doesn't know what a Djinn is, it's what people like to call shadow people. I can go into more details about Djinns, but it's not good to keep talking about them. They can haunt people the more you talk about them. Another time, like maybe about a year ago, my sister said how she was laying in bed on her phone when everyone was asleep, and she had her foot hanging out of the bed. Anyways, she said how something just wrapped its hand around her foot, and she froze. She didn't know what to do and just stood still, terrified of what was holding her foot. She said it started to then stroke her foot and finally let go. Back home, my dad grew up in a religious household, but for some reason he used to curse God all the time. My grandmother used to yell at him all the time, but my dad didn't care. He used to say as many bad things about God as he could. My grandmother used to warn him that God was going to punish him for his bad words. So one day my dad went to the store at night with his older brother. His older brother left my dad by himself for a second, when he went to go grab something. As soon as his brother left, a black figure with red eyes approaches my dad. It then starts yelling at my dad to stop cursing God, and that he was going to go to hell for doing that. Then, the black figure disappeared as soon as his brother came back. My dad told his brother what happened, and he then told my grandmother about it. She started to tell him, "See, I warned you." Anyways, ever since then my dad has never said anything bad about God. The thing about Djinns is that there are religious ones who actually pray to God as religious people would, but there are also malicious ones who scare people. Please be wary about looking up Djinns, as the more questions you ask about them, the more they are attracted to you. Ever since I was a kid, I've had a demon which followed me everywhere. I'm not sure if it's reality or just my brain playing tricks on me. I much rather prefer to think it's the latter one. It all started back in my childhood, when I was somewhere around 6 or 7 years old. We have an attic, and on nights when I used to wash my face in the sink, which is in the hallway, the demonic figure used to descend from the attic. We keep our attic door open because it's loose and it keeps on opening on its own. He's thin, unnaturally tall, humanoid with slouched back and long limbs. He is all black, with contrasting fluorescent green eyes. His smile is the most frightening thing about him. That's what scares me the most. He has very pointed teeth, just like some meat-eating animal. And he always walks like one of those possessed people in horror movies. You know, like bent from the back slightly and approaching like an animal. However, he never approached extremely close to me, just close enough to freak me out, and I used to snap my eyes open every time I was near the sink, washing my face at night. I've told my mum about it, and she agrees that it's most probably my damned imagination. And I totally agree with her, but I don't understand how my brain came to imagine such a thing. I've never seen a horror movie with such a character that my brain would take some idea from. I used to imagine him a lot in my childhood days. And then there was this period when I stopped seeing or imagining him. He was gone. I forgot about him until a few years back, when I saw or imagined him again. However, this time, the encounter was much more terrifying. I was at my uncle's house for summer holidays, and one night when I was sleeping alone, I felt his presence. It felt so real that I was almost convinced that my so-called demon actually exists. I have a habit of occupying the entire bed while sleeping, and while I was sleeping with my legs spread apart, I felt something climbing on the bed. I wanted to open my eyes and see what it was, but I couldn't dare open my eyes. I was lying, numb in fear. I thought it was someone who broke into the house, and so I pretended to be asleep. I felt the mattress dig in between my legs, as if someone was now standing between my legs and slowly proceeding upwards. I suddenly opened my eyes, and for a brief second, I saw, or again imagine, that demon standing between my legs and looking down at me. The room was completely dark, and the only source of light was the light from the AC, so I couldn't see him fully, apart from his fluorescent green eyes and that creepy smile. And just like that, he was gone. My brain keeps imagining him once in a while, like maybe once every 3 or 4 months. Sometimes I feel like something is resting their arm around my waist while I'm sleeping. It's like I feel a weight around my waist. It's just messed up. I don't know what to make of it. I would like to term it as my imagination, but recently, it has started to feel real, as if the demon came into existence through my imagination. If any of you know what this situation is, please let me know. I will be grateful. You may like this. I have witnesses to back up this story. Yes, it sounds nuts, but everything you're about to hear is true. My son, who, before this, was a huge skeptic of anything paranormal, but after this, not so much. As a child, I had bad dreams. Dreams of monsters in the wall that would come out and grab me after I fell asleep. I hated to go to bed because of this, and would hang on to the side of the bed as I drifted off, hoping that when they came, I could hold myself from their bony little hands pulling me into the wall. But they would get me anyway. In the wall, I was surrounded by them. Little green faces, yellow eyes. I would wiggle through them and run down the dark tunnels, dragging my hands on the walls in the dark as navigation. I could hear the footfall of my captors, and their squeaky screams behind me tell as I burst through the wall to my bed. Scared, I would lay in the dark and bury myself deep in the covers, sweaty and cold. One day I told one of the monsters to go and never come back. A couple of weeks later, I became very sick, with rheumatic fever, and missed a month of first grade. But I never saw the monsters again. Because of all this, I study demonology and magic to this day. I do house cleansings and other ritual work for people. You would think that my childhood dreams were just dreams that gave me a passion in life, but the truth is, the story gets stranger. Last year, and now as a 57-year-old man, I had the chance to go back to the building all this started in. It is a duplex my grandfather owned and my aunt now takes care of. The first floor was also my first house I lived in as a child. This day last year, I was in the upper level with my son and nephew, as well as others in my family, when I felt it, the creepy dark feeling. I'm going to confront it, I thought. I headed for the narrow steps downstairs. Uncle Hobbs, where are you going? To finish something I should have finished a long time ago. My son piped in with a, "What?" I went down the steps and the two boys followed. I knocked hard on the door. Nothing came from inside. Bang, 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 again. "Who is it?" came a voice. "Hobbs from next door. Your apartment was my first home. I'm a historian and writer. Could I come in and take a picture of the back bedroom? I yell through the door. A lot of this was kind of a lie, but I wanted in. The door opens. Hi, I'm Hobbs. A scruffy man in old clothes holds out a hand. Hello, I'm Lenny. I repeat my question to get into the apartment, and as soon as I say would it be alright if I come in, a loud bang sound was heard. It sounded like someone was throwing rocks at the house. I was right next to the front door, at an open screen door. I turned to look and saw nobody outside. I could see the street, and it was void of people.
What the hell was that?
Lenny said as he looked out the door. I turned to my nephew and then my son. Both shook their heads in confusion. Lenny, I will only take 2 minutes of your time. All I want.
Bang.
It happened again. We all looked out the door, and nothing. No one talking, no one to be seen anywhere.
Which bedroom do you want to see?
Lenny asks. The small one that faces the driveway.
Bang.
This one was even louder. Lenny and I again look out the door to see nothing. I look at my son, who was up a few steps, and he shakes his head as if to say, nothing outside. Lenny breaks the silence.
Well, all I keep is boxes, storage in that room. It would take some time to clean it out. And it's getting dark and...
What if I come back tomorrow morning? I can bring coffee and donuts. Lenny smiles at me. Looking at the way Lenny lives, he probably doesn't have extra money for treats like donuts.
Sure, that'd be great. 10 a.m.
The door shut. My nephew looked at me and said, Uncle Hobbs, what the hell was that? You just met your first demon. Attached to this story is a photograph of a house. From the outside, it seems to be some average, nondescript house. The kind of place you'd likely find in any city or small town. It's not though. This house is like something out of the Twilight Zone or a Stephen King novel. So you see, I lived in this house when I was 11 to 12 years old. That was 1993 to 1994. My room was the one above the porch with the double window. My sister's room was across the hall. My mother and my brothers lived downstairs. During the time we lived there, strange things occurred. Some of them you may find hard to believe, and that's fine. I can only assure you that they actually happened. Some 26 years after the fact, I can still provide you no evidence, and only my solemn word that everything I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth. For starters, sometimes our clocks would run backwards for no discernible reason. We changed the batteries and checked them for defects, but nothing seemed to be amiss. They just randomly started running in reverse from time to time. There was also an issue with our basement. How do I describe this? I guess the best way would be to say that the basement seemed to be a portal to hell. We would hear strange noises coming from down there that couldn't be explained away as creaking pipes or the house settling on its foundation. Things like demonic growling, roaring. When someone had to go down there to do laundry, there was a sound like people whispering, and the whole area had an unsettling feel to it. We had this dog, a German Shepherd named Lassie. She was an exceptionally brave, loyal, and protective dog, but she would not go near the basement or the basement door. Eventually, she became so terrified that she ran away and never came back. There was also a night when we all woke up to a big black crow in the house, flying madly around. This was in the ungodly hours of the morning, mind you, so no one would have been up to open the door or window to let it in. If you can even imagine an intelligent bird like a crow flying through an opening into a human dwelling like some kind of idiotic sparrow. There were no holes in the roof and no place for it to get in or out. Where did it come from and where did it go? I have no memory of us actually getting the bird out of the house, but I never saw it again. Then there was the man. At the back of the house was a hallway that led off to the dining room and past the kitchen towards the lower floor bedrooms. The twins, mere toddlers at the time, had their nursery in the rearmost room on the left. They would sit back there and have conversations with someone that none of us could see. They referred to this person as simply the man. The man seemed to enjoy keeping the boys company, but he was never anything but benign. One day while the rest of us were at school, my mum had the twins in their high chairs, feeding them lunch. When she stepped away to do something, maybe get something from the kitchen, answer the phone, I don't remember, there was a crash and the sound of screaming. One of the twins was on the floor. His high chair tipped over. He'd bashed his head really hard. The high chairs had been secured on flat footing before she started. When she asked the other twin what happened, he replied, "The man did it." My little brother ended up in hospital in a coma for a long time. You might be happy to know that he survived, and today he is married with 2 beautiful daughters. But CPS didn't believe that my mother was innocent and began to stalk us. They would park across the street from our house and watch us. They would drop in unexpectedly. They were looking for a reason to take us and put us in foster care. This is how we ultimately ended up leaving the house. Rather than deal with any more tragedy or weirdness or stalking, we packed up what we could and moved across the country. What we couldn't take with us, we left behind. I asked my mother once, about 5 years before she died, if she'd ever actually seen the entity that the boys referred to as the man. She said she had, but only once. She said she was walking past the kitchen door one day and had caught the sight of someone in her peripheral vision. A tall man, wearing dark clothes, standing with his back to her, staring out of the kitchen window. When she turned to get a better look, he was gone. That house scared the crap out of all of us. There was always a feeling like we were being watched. Thankfully, it is many years and many miles behind us. When we left, there was no one to pay the mortgage, so the bank took possession. Because of this, today, it is privately owned by people I don't know. For that reason, I will not disclose the location. I won't even tell you what state it's in. If you're ever unfortunate enough to stumble upon it, however, I advise you to keep walking. Don't stop to look. Because if you stop to take a look at this place, there's likely something you can't see staring back at you. Update. My sister informed me after the original posting that my mum told her that walking in the upstairs hallway, she could hear growling and breathing behind her. I hadn't been aware of that detail, so it makes for a truly unnerving addition. There was a time when I was 10. I walked up to my mother and told her that I feel more connected to Satan than I do God. Now, I don't remember saying this at all because even at 10, I knew that Satan was and is the bad guy. I knew not to mess with them. At the time, my mother thought it was because of the paranormal movies I had been watching and had got it from them. She told me I wasn't allowed to watch these kind of movies anymore, and I got visibly upset. When I turned 14, I went to my mate's house. She wanted to watch a paranormal movie that had finally come out on DVD. When she put it on, I didn't look at the case before she played it. The movie was The Conjuring. I had heard lots of stuff about it, that it was the scariest movie out there at the time, so I was a bit scared to watch it. As the movie was playing, we stopped it because I 100% thought I heard someone upstairs. I thought it was just her brother, so I brushed it off. Halfway through the movie, I looked at her and said, "Your brother is very noisy." She looked at me with a scared look and told me that we were the only ones home. We paused the movie and thought we should investigate. Yes, I know it's how people get killed in movies, but I was 14. We started walking up the stairs, and it sounded like there was someone running in her dad's study room. She was too scared to open it, so I did. As I opened the door, I saw a black figure run past the door. I ran down the stairs and out the door. This was the first time my demon had ever showed itself to me in any way. When I saw it, I felt a big dark feeling that if I didn't get out of the house, I was going to be hurt. I messaged my mum to come pick me up, and she didn't ask any questions. She just came and took me home. When I went to bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I looked over at my door, and when I tell you I felt happy, I really felt happy. I saw my pop. He had big, beautiful white wings with a gorgeous white glaze around him. In that moment, I felt that my pop was and is my guardian angel in heaven. I felt that my demon was also there, but he was standing guard, so it couldn't get in. It felt like he had out a protective shield around my room. All of my stress and worries were gone for the night, and I got the best sleep I had ever gotten in so long. I woke up, and I thought he had left completely. I got scared that my demon was coming to get me. But as soon as I felt scared and unsafe, he wrapped his wings around me and let me know he is there. This was in 2014, and it is now 2021 on the 12th of May at 1:12 a.m. And I sometimes still feel him when I have gotten myself into shit with a bad spirit or demon, which tends to happen a lot, not on my own accord. I hope everyone is having a good night, day, afternoon. Wishing all the love and respect you deserve. So this is a story I have not told a lot of people in my life, but it's something that I will never forget. When I was about 13 years old, I lived in a house that was over about 100 years old at the time, and we always knew that there was some type of spiritual activity in the house. My brother claimed to hear a child crying in the basement, and my sister said that there was an old lady in a rocking chair next to her bed that she saw late at night. The old lady wasn't hostile or anything, probably just the spirit of the old lady that passed away in the house a few years back, before we moved in according to what we researched on the house. About a year before this incident happened, my sister and her friends were messing around with a Ouija board, and safe to say, some crazy things happened that night that I'd rather not talk about. So fast forward about a year to, like I said, about 13 years old. Something that was the beginning of a month-long nightmare for myself. I can never explain the situation at all, but here it goes. So I was laying in my bed. It was early evening, so it was still outside, and I was just listening to my radio. I was not dozing off, I was wide awake, and I'm just listening to music and enjoying myself, enjoying the quiet in my own room. And all of a sudden something grabbed my ankle and started to pull me towards the foot of the bed. I yanked my foot away and whatever it was released its grip on me. I froze for a few seconds, trying to comprehend what just happened. And then I went to the foot of my bed and looked under the sheets, looked under the bed, looked everywhere to make sure that my little brother wasn't trying to pull a prank on me or something. There was nothing there. So I brushed it off as maybe it was my imagination or something. You know, I don't know. So within 2 to 3 days after the incident, I started getting the strange dreams of a face. Not the whole face, just the eyes. And its eyes were closed. And I couldn't tell what it was, but I'd wake up sweating, and I wasn't sure why. Then, a few days after that, the eyes opened, and they were red and yellow, evil-looking eyes, and I would wake up shaking and sweating even more than before. A few days after that, the dreams escalated. I eventually got a full look at the face of what had been staring at me for the past week. and it was utterly terrifying. The skin on this thing's face was dark blood red and veiny, and the eyes were yellow laced with red in the irises. It just stared at me, and I can't even tell you how long it was staring at me for. Then I would wake up screaming because of this. A few days after that, the face started smiling at me. I can't even describe the amount of pure terror that I felt. It was just staring and smiling at me with sharp white teeth. A few days after that started, then I would picture it on what looked like an operating table, or maybe an emergency room bed. It would just sit up and everything was able to be seen. This entity had long tall spikes coming out of its head, and its entire body was that red veiny look, the same from its face. And it would just look at me. I barely slept for the better part of that month. Eventually my imagination took over with a hospital show that I watched on a regular basis. And then my dreams would incorporate that show with this entity, and eventually it faded off and I was able to sleep. But I could never explain this entire chain of events. I don't know if it was stalking me, like trying to possess me, and it failed. I remember clearly, after the incident with my sister and her friends playing with the Ouija board, that my grandma came in and blessed the house with holy water. Maybe it couldn't get that far with me, and it just decided to torment me. Maybe my brain protected itself, and then it was able to go elsewhere. I could never explain this, and to this day, I truly believe that there was some evil entity in that house, and I have not been back there since we moved when I was 14 years old. Now that it's like 15 years later, I would love to one day go investigate this house, because I believe that house is a hub for spiritual energy, and then there's a demonic energy in there as well. I'm not sure why, how, or for what reason that was in that house, because everything else in there didn't seem to be hostile. And that's my story. I would like to preface this by stating that I'm a Roman Catholic who has experienced paranormal phenomena since I was 5. My late grandmother had experienced similar phenomena, and my mother and sisters also, but to a much lesser degree. As I get older, I notice the experiences are slightly darker in nature. I know very little of demonology other than what has been referenced in the Bible. I tried to stay away from anything referencing demons, the devil, etc., which is why this experience was so difficult and I was not prepared. In October 2018, I was admitted to hospital due to an electrolyte imbalance. I was in a room with 3 other female patients. On my second night, my arms were finally free of the IV, so I was able to move around and assist other women who weren't as mobile in getting ready for bed. One of the women was much older and cranky. She seemed to take an instant dislike to me when I first moved to the room, but warmed up to me after I helped her. When the lights went out, I decided to lay on my stomach and say my silent prayers. To the casual observer, I would have looked like I was asleep. During this time, I could hear the woman I helped argue with herself about me. She stated I was nice, and then she replied to herself stating that I am not what I seem or something to that effect, and it went back and forth like that during my prayers. Shortly after, the room started getting really cold, fast. I silently prayed to God to watch over her and to free her from any negative influences. It is then that I heard her say these words very loudly. "I don't know the Lord's Prayer, OP." I freaked out, processing quickly what had just happened. The woman knew I was praying over her, and there was no way she could have known that. In my mind, I knew instinctively that I was not up for the confrontation. I was weak and still recovering. I got up from my bed and, with my back to her, I said something like, "There is no way I can stay here now." To which she answered, "Yes, go. I won," and laughed hard. I was amazed that the other two women had slept through it. It was around 10 p.m. when this happened. The room was stiflingly cold at this point, and I ran to reception and asked to be discharged, but the charge nurse said I couldn't leave without my doctor discharging me. I begged again to be discharged, but was denied, and the nurses tried to calm me as they got a hold of my doctor, who said he would be in at 7 a.m. and I needed to stay put. I asked to be relocated to another room in the interim, but the only available room was directly next door, and that was way too close for my liking, so they put me in the day room with a blanket and a pillow. I used my phone to call my sister to get me out of the hospital. She works at another hospital and told me the car wasn't home and to catch an Uber to her place. The ward was locked down for the evening, so I couldn't leave anyway and stayed in the day room. The TV was on standby, but I could hear voices coming from it, even though the screen was blank. The voices talked about a shooting at the hospital I was in, with thousands of fatalities. It then talked about my baby nephew being in a plane that was shot down. By then, I was truly hysterical as fear for my family took root, and everything I learned went out the window. Throughout this time, the voices from the TV continued, calling me slut, whore, etc. I couldn't stay any longer in the day room, and the nurses had me on a stretcher right in front of the main desk, where the charge nurse could see me. It felt like a really bad dream, and I was hysterical and paranoid. I laid down on the stretcher, and that's when I noticed hanging overhead the ward number 66. I was also on the 6th floor of the hospital. I wondered if it was why there was so much activity there. Not long after, I started hearing other voices coming from different rooms of the ward, asking about me. They seemed to be communicating to each other and laughing. I started silently praying again with more conviction. A male patient in the ward nearest my stretcher started crying out for help, claiming I was hurting him. I prayed even harder, citing the Lord's Prayer. He asked the nurse for the name of the lady outside hurting him, and she gave him my first name. He started crying again, joined by another voice 2 doors down. I prayed to know who they were in Jesus' name, and all these voices talked at once, but the one name I could clearly make out was Beelzebub. I continued to pray throughout the night as they taunted, laughed, cackled, and cried. At this point, the light in the man's hospital room was turned on as a nurse was with him, trying to calm him down. I had been sitting up on my stretcher bed whilst praying and watched his silhouette as he tried to inch his way to the open doorway. It was then that I noticed the odd shadow he cast. It was so strange. It looked like a spiky-headed being with a dog. Spiky-headed in an almost cartoonish way like Bart Simpson. It continued until morning, and I was moved to a small private room, awaiting the doctor. The voices were still there, verbally attacking and threatening me, but my hysteria was long gone by that point, and I was just determined to leave. I ended up discharging myself before the doctor arrived, but had to return as I still had the IV catheter in my arm. On my return, they had placed me in another ward. I refused to go back to Ward 66, and I was able to recover in peace, and eventually, the demonic taunting stopped. I had a course of bad luck following that event. Basically, all of 2019 was a series of misfortunes of bad luck that still hasn't come right. I don't know what to do other than keep on keeping on. I went to a psychiatrist last December who said, other than the trauma I would need their help with, I was in good mental health. Any guidance would be very much appreciated.
So, There's something I'd like to share with everyone. The world is a strange place, and my life has always been on the stranger part of the normalcy spectrum. I've always been able to see shadow people. For the most part, they're there in my peripheral vision, but sometimes they're right before me, in sharp relief. I know it sounds odd, but it's true. They've never harmed me, never attempted to touch me, but they're just there. I think they're mostly benign. But there are other things, not so inclined towards goodness. These are the demons that sometimes follow me. I've had some pretty scary experiences with the latter. This is the first time I'm talking about this to anyone besides my immediate family and closest friends, so please bear with me. The one that always jumps out to me is from 8 years ago. For context, at the time I was a radio producer in a web radio in Greece, which is where I'm from and currently live. And my program was from 8 to 10 p.m. every Saturday, playing rock and metal music. That night, I had finished my program as usual and was walking home. It was sometime in winter, either late December or early January, because there were still Christmas decorations out. The street on which I lived was parallel to the boulevard, but at that time of night, and with it being so cold outside, it was really nice and quiet for once. So there I was, enjoying the night air and lovely stillness, when I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped and looked behind me, but there was no one there. I shrugged and kept walking, thinking it was probably my overactive imagination. That was until the steps started again. I resolved to just keep the same pace. Besides, I was only about 50 meters from my house. After all, it could just be someone who got out of their house, even though I'd heard no door opening or closing. I was determined to rationalize it and keep calm. And then, the sound of the steps changed, and it sounded like hooves. Two-legged hooves at that. That's when I knew it wasn't my imagination. It was a demon. My heart rate went right up. My hands started sweating. I ran the last 20 meters to the entrance of the apartment building, and only after closing the door behind me did I dare to slow down and breathe normally. Nothing came by on the street. It was gone. Whatever that demon was, I'm glad I never looked back. It was there, just to scare me, I knew it. That's what they like to do to me, scare me witless. And they play a good game of chase or hide and seek sometimes. I know it sounds like too much, but I wanted to ask, has anyone ever had similar experiences?
I'm not sure what happened in my aunt's old house. It was in the mountains of Greenbrier County, West Virginia, specifically Alderson, the same town that Martha Stewart went to prison at. It was a new house in a small complex of other new houses, sitting on the side of a hill. We saw a lot of scary stuff there. The neighbors did too. It got a lot worse at night. Things walking around outside, 7 foot tall and black, with scraggly long wet hair and red eyes. When you would see one, the streetlight would somehow still be on, but no light up where they were standing, as if they were soaking up or blocking the light. Sometimes, thousands and thousands of flies would land on the side of the house and along the banister in the deck, but none would fly inside. There was a farm above us that raised goats. On several occasions we would see several people in the field behind the old farmhouse in hooded robes, burning a huge fire. Then the next morning, one of their goats would be dead, hanging from a tree in a black trash bag. Once, we went to investigate, and we just found some long metal rods in the ashes of the fires. There was one particular energy we felt inside the house. It felt like it wanted to murder you, and we would get thoughts in our heads on what it wanted to do. We named him Daniel, and my aunt lost her mind back then, and still isn't right because she said Daniel was raping her and harvesting her eggs. She isn't right in the head anyways. I think she has schizophrenia like my dad, but when we all see the same things, it has to be real. I would wake up in the morning and her mattress would be half off her bed and she'd still be asleep. There was a rocking chair in the living room that always rocked on its own when you walked into a room, like someone just got up, even though there was no one there. One time, my cousin fell asleep on the chair and woke up screaming and grasping his neck and yelling he can't breathe. As soon as me and my Aunt Diane ran into the room, he said it stopped, and after 10 minutes he had blisters around his neck in the shape of fingers choking him. We had a Polaroid of the blisters, but she can't find it anymore. She probably threw it away. We would take a video camera and just walk around and record rooms, and you could see blurry outlines walk by all around the house. It got to the point that we all slept in the same room. Only I could never sleep. I just laid there praying that whatever was in the closet would leave me the hell alone. The good thing was that when I left, it didn't follow. I could go home and feel safe. Until I turned 13 and I was laying on my living room floor watching TV, and something sounded like it landed on the roof, like a tree fell. I got a really bad feeling and looked up at the ceiling that had mirrors on it in the shape of windows, and I saw something run behind and around the couch. From that day, I didn't sleep for probably 10 months. I tried everything, but I constantly had the feeling that something was going to kill me or hurt me, and I always felt like something was looking at me. I tried using sea salt in the windows, holy water, sage, prayer, everything I could think of. Anywhere I went, it followed, no matter which family member I tried to stay with. I didn't sleep, because something would always be there as soon as I was about to sleep. I'd feel something touch me, or hear my name called, or a banging, or a light turn on by itself. Eventually, it just went away from me. I figured out if I ignored it, it would go away. If I didn't feed into it, I would feel nothing. It wasn't until recently that I put 2 and 2 together. This all started when my aunt first moved into that house and her neighbor's daughter was in her bedroom. She was my age. She had a Ouija board and we used it in the windowsill. Her inside the house, me outside. She told me to ask it a question and I did. As I went to ask aloud, she stopped me and said, "No, you have to ask in your head." I asked a question I knew she wouldn't know the answer to. I asked what my dad's middle name was, and it spelled out E-D-W-A-R-D. Edward. I freaked and ran inside, and from that moment on, we were tormented by whatever answered my question. I wonder if anyone else ever had this type of experience. I live in Phoenix now for nearly 10 years, and I haven't experienced anything since I moved here. Even after I stopped thinking about it back home, I'd still see the occasional shadow or light turn on. But here, I see and feel nothing. I'm happy.
For some backstory, my mother-in-law is a minister and is beyond religious. She doesn't lie and she doesn't embellish stories. This is her story. She's in her late 60s. For some odd reason, her husband, my father-in-law, and I are talking about scary things we've encountered. She doesn't like this talk. She doesn't want to invite anything, so she hardly ever joins in when we talk like this. For some reason, this time, she chimes in, and she has a story. She was young, maybe 5 or 6, in Korea. She was very sick for days. The doctor kept coming to the house 2 or 3 times a day to check on her. During the 4th night, her fever got so high that they put her in the living room with the windows open and a wet rag on her forehead. Her mum slept on a yo next to her, which is like a mat/bed. She could have been hallucinating, but she insists this is what she saw that night. She was startled awake by a growl. She was dripping with sweat and shivering. She could hear her mum next to her, but also a weird noise like scratching or dragging up above her head out of sight. She was too scared to move. Then she felt something pull her hair. Not a tug. She says it felt like several little hands grabbing at her hair and yanking as hard as they could. It made her cry out in pain, and that's when she saw them. About half a dozen little black creature men coming from the shadows in the room. Not like they were hiding in the shadows, but as if they were the shadows. The shadows turned into these men. They were not fat, chubby, pointy hat-wearing gnome-like men, but all black shadow creatures with sharp claw-like hands and sharp teeth that grinned ear to ear. They jumped on her chest, scratching and clawing at her. They continued to scratch around her chest and pull at her hair and jump up and down hard on her chest, snapping and screeching and almost laughing at her. She said the sounds they made were horrible. They growled and screeched at her for what felt like hours, but she was frozen with fear. She couldn't scream or cry or get them off of her. She was so scared she finally passed out. The next morning, she woke up to the doctor doing his morning check and asking about all the little scratches on her neck and chest. They didn't have cats or dogs, and her mum had been there all night but heard nothing. They said she probably scratched herself trying to get the blanket off when she was overheating. My mother-in-law said she tried to tell everyone what the little men had done, but they said not to mention such things. These creatures were as black as night, had yellow eyes, pointy hands and fingers, skinny legs, very demon-like, and came from the shadows.
I want this to not be very long, so I'm going to really just jump into the situation. I'm not really sure if this is correlated, but my mum did a lot of witchcraft and messing with the other side growing up. So we honestly grew up always knowing ghosts were real and seeing shadows, things falling, hearing things. All of the classic signs were really nothing new. Spirits have always followed our family no matter where we've gone, and we never really lived in fear of them. When I was about 17, 7 years ago, I was really depressed with my relationship, and I was the one making effort. I was getting cheated on, all of that. But it was my first real love, and I was blinded by it. One night I'm sleeping, and I get woken up by my significant other. Keep in mind, we did not live together. It was common for my SO to sneak into my room, usually when my mum was asleep, so it wasn't really weird. So I get up and I'm like, "What are you doing here?" We're basically having a normal conversation for a few moments, and my SO keeps saying they're ready to change. They realize how much they love me, all of this. I buried my head into my hands, confused but also happy to hear all of this. Then the conversation was starting to change. They kept saying, "I'll be everything you need, and I promise I'll make a great life for us."
All I need is your soul. I remember looking up at my SO and I was confused, asking what that meant. Typing this out for the first time right now has me tearing currently because this is one of the most intense moments of my life so far. So my significant other keeps promising me loyalty, money, love, all of this in exchange for my soul. I keep answering no, and then whoever I was talking to was getting angry. It was like a really fast shift, and it was like my SO disappeared almost, and then there was this black shadow almost going up my wall, and I felt this dark presence behind me and whispering in my ear. Except this time, it was my niece's voice, and she was crying and begging for me to just give my soul away. I started crying immediately, and I knew all of this was some sort of test or trick. I kept saying I wouldn't do it. What does giving a soul away even mean? Is it death? Selling a soul sounds like such a BS movie cliche. I sat in my bed, in the same spot, just crying for the rest of the night, confused and feeling worse. I know for a fact that demons will manipulate you when you're in a weak, vulnerable position, but I still have no idea what giving my soul meant and why I was getting messed with. Why this demon was disguising itself to me. I often think about what would have happened if I said yes. Does that mean yes? I'll never forget this night, and if anyone has any similar experiences, please share.
The town of Mount Hope is to be found just west of Middletown in Orange County, New York State, and was established in 1825, when I imagine the residents of the little community would have lived fairly peaceful lives. However, one night in 1866 would mark a stark departure from this pleasant norm for one family. A creature that can only be described as a denizen of the depths of hell was about to pay them a visit. It was March of 1866, and the residents of a nice little farmhouse in the town of Mount Hope were woken from their peaceful slumber by the terrifying sounds of a multitude of voices, seemingly singing a funeral dirge. This weird chorus lasted for half an hour before being abruptly replaced by a ghastly cacophony of frightful groans and shrieks, which roused not only the humans of the farm, but also the animals into a fervent state of terror. Whatever was causing this hellish phenomenon was just getting started, however. A sudden flash of light meant that the house was momentarily bathed in bright light, turning the blackness of the night around them into a brightness like that of midday, before every door in the house was violently thrown open by an unseen force. Fire and brimstone had come to Orange County. Coming stalking in the main entrance, a monstrous mystery beast plodded onto the floorboards of the besieged farmstead. Its motion was one of swaying from side to side in frightful contortions, and it was described as being neither man nor beast. It had, albeit in huge and distorted proportions, a human-like torso and a head with a single eye. Its hindquarters were terribly elongated and reeking with mire and filth, and were said to resemble those of a monstrous animal. The heady smell of phosphorus seemed to emanate from the cyclopean spectre's body. As if on cue, the final burning candle in the house suddenly blew out, plunging the house into darkness. Billowing forth from the darkness came a large volume of foul smoke, apparently from the eye and nostrils of the hellish fiend, which soon completely filled the room and made breathing almost impossible. On the verge of suffocation, the hounded homeowners would only sink further into their waking nightmare as the monster, still exhaling yet more toxic smoke, let out a deep, guttural groan. and proceeded to run its allegedly scaly fingers over the faces of every single terrified personage in the room, with, quote, provoking deliberation. With a ferocious screech, which shook the entire house from the foundation to the rafters, the monster suddenly darted out through the open door and ran out towards the forest, where it was quickly lost to the inky blackness of the ebony night outside. There would be no sleep in the house that night. When morning finally came, there was very little evidence left behind of the ostensibly infernal visitation, save for some small particles resembling crushed lava found along the path that the monster had taken into the forest. The pervading smell of sulfur and phosphorus hung thickly in the air, and this was enough to demonstrate to the inhabitants of the hectored household that they had not, indeed, been dreaming. I wrote this article, but I found the information from a scanned copy of the New Albany Daily Commercial, which was originally published on the 4th of May, 1866.
I've had strange experiences since I was a kid, but this was definitely the most terrifying one. I had been living in the Middle East for about 4 years at the time. I got back from work one night, had dinner, watched TV, and went to bed after midnight. I hadn't fallen asleep yet. I'm 100% sure I was awake and aware of everything around me. I was just lying in bed, on my side, one hand under the pillow facing the edge of the bed, and thinking about what had to be done the next day, when I felt something warm near me. The same way you can feel the warmth of a body very close to you, even though it isn't touching you. This thing didn't touch me. It started breathing deeply, so close to my neck I could feel its warm breath on my skin. And it spoke. I can immediately identify the Arabic language even though I can't speak it. But this thing didn't speak Arabic. It was something else. Similar, but something else. And it wasn't like this thing had lips or even a physical body, for the way it spoke was like its voice came directly from the creature's throat and sounded like a growl, very guttural. My reaction was instinctive. I remember the fear I felt down my spine and the scream I let out. I just kicked and punched in the air, pushing myself away from that thing. I was up in a flash and turned the light on. There was nothing there. Of course, my heart was racing. I was scared to death, and I couldn't stop crying. I had to turn the TV on and watch silly cartoons till the sun came up. Later on, I told my partner at the time, he's Muslim, and he was convinced it was a Djinn. I'm not a religious person, but I do believe there's more out there than just the things our senses can feel. I have another story from when I was very young. It's not related, but friends also think I've encountered another Djinn. If it interests people, I can also share it here. Has anyone experienced a similar occurrence? This is super long, but I swear it is worth it, and 100% true. We are Lebanese and we live abroad. A couple of years ago, we visited Lebanon for vacation. We went to a friend's house which is located on top of the edge of a valley in the southern part of Lebanon. The valley is completely dark at night, and we were all sitting on the balcony, enjoying the nice breeze and good company. We were talking and I remarked how creepy the valley is at night. Turns out, our friend has a story, and the valley has secrets. My friend's grandparents were farmers, and frequently went for walks in the valley for some shade during the day. One time, his grandmother was trailing behind his grandfather, and she heard a rustling behind her, She turned around and she saw a massive black dog. But something about it was giving her bad vibes. She shouted to her husband to look at the dog, but he kept walking. He didn't turn back and told her to do the same. He told her if she ever saw this dog in the valley and she was alone, to never look at it or interact with it. The dog left after a while, and he told her that this dog is not actually a dog, but something else that guards the valley. It is not friendly and wants people away from there. The valley is huge. A man from the village had entered it years ago, and he found the opening of a cave. This was during the 50s or 60s. If you're not familiar with Lebanon, it's full of underground caves, grottos, and valleys. It's mountainous, and they still find artifacts of ancient civilizations until today. Now, the cave was in plain sight. The guy had never seen it before, and suddenly, there it was, open and inviting. So the man enters the cave, and he is met by a sight that makes him freeze. As far as the eye could see, there was gold and various treasures. Long vases, incense holders, the works. What really stood out were the massive gold and bronze statues of upright bulls with horns, a deity perhaps. Lebanon is part of the land of the ancient Canaanites, who worshipped Moloch, symbolized by a bull, and Baal, among many other gods. So the man, understandably shocked, excited, and thinking he found the treasure of the century, runs out of the cave and into the village to lead everyone to what he saw. A group of men followed him, and he took them to the place where the cave was. Now, the entire village had been to the valley at some point. Nobody ever saw a cave. But the guy was adamant that he found riches that everyone had to see. This man was neither insane nor drunk. He's a respectable man from the village with a solid reputation and a family. There was nothing. He was met by rock. There was no cave, no opening, no gold, no 10-foot bulls, nothing. The guy swore up and down, near hysterical, that he was there, that he entered it with his own 2 feet. He kept insisting that it was there and frantically looked all over, swearing on the Quran that he saw it. But there was nothing, so they couldn't really do anything but leave. If you're familiar with stories of the Djinn, they are often summoned for different things. Some like to taunt people. Some do them favors, for a price. Some of them choose people to uncover hidden treasures and riches forgotten by time. The shaggy black dog that my friend's grandmother saw, that was a Djinn. The theories are that either the Djinn are protecting the cave, or it was playing tricks on the man, or it was all a hoax. But these are solid, hard-working village people. They work to eat, and they don't have time for silly stories and theories, so the valley started to have a reputation. Now, my wife and I laugh and take it all with a grain of salt. Nice, interesting story. But that's about all we thought it was. A bit past midnight, we left to make the 1.5-hour drive back to Beirut. Before you continue reading, there were no drugs or alcohol at all involved in this story. We are Muslim, and we cannot drink alcohol or take mind-altering substances. We are both sound of mind. This is not a joke. I'm driving back down these dark, winding roads, with only the car headlights lighting our path. About 20 minutes into the drive, I see something ahead of me. The thing is, I'm driving, and this animal is not getting closer to the car, despite it walking, supposedly crossing the road. The more I move forward, the more I notice that this thing isn't getting closer. Then I notice the wool/fur. Shaggy, ugly, matted wool, hanging down its hind legs and rear as it walked. Its front was covered in darkness. Even though the headlights were on it, I could not see its head or front legs. just a big, ugly back end of a shaggy animal. Imagine a car driving forward and an animal crossing in front of it, except the animal is not moving with the car. It was always like 15 feet away, no matter how the road was winding. The car keeps moving and I start to panic a little. What the hell is this thing? And how the hell is it not getting closer? Then, it just sat on its hind legs, like a person. I kept driving, scared at this point, and it still wouldn't move. I couldn't catch up to it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I thought I was going insane. I tried not to scare my wife, but I was petrified. Then it stood on its hind legs, and I swear to God, it morphed into a human-like figure. Then it disappeared. Nothing but blackness was in front of us. I swear to God. My wife was like, "Did you see that?" And I noticed that both of us had been looking at it in pure shock and trying not to make the other person notice. I didn't say anything while I was looking at it. She saw it. I even asked her to describe what she saw, and she repeated what I saw second by second. I am a grown man, but I was scared in a raw, primal way that I had never felt before. We both felt a deep sense of dread, and both of us couldn't look at the rearview mirror or even behind us until we were on the highway. We felt that there was something in the car with us until we reached the highway. Whatever it was, it is very serious about that valley. I'm convinced it was listening to us that night, and that it manifested itself because we clearly did not believe my friend. Until this day, we both have never seen anything like it. We told everybody, including the friend we were with. He immediately told us that it's the Djinn that appears as a black dog. I will never forget what happened. I will always keep repeating the story no matter what. This happened to me. I saw it clear as day, and so did my wife. We were not under the influence of anything. It was not an animal. It was walking right in front of us, but kept moving at the pace of the car. And there is absolutely no reason for us to lie. I've seen a lot of Djinn-related posts lately, primarily from military folks. I've been fascinated with these creatures ever since I encountered one. For context, I'm American, and first became exposed to the concept of jinns after living abroad in Muslim societies. I'm non-Muslim and non-religious, for your information. But the most profound exposure was when I first went to Srinagar, Kashmir. I was invited by a friend and was staying at her home. If you don't know the history of Kashmir, you should know that it's the most militarized zone in the world and has had a lot of bloodshed over the years. As beautiful as it is, it's also very eerie as a result. I don't know how to describe it other than being very creepy at night, with lots of weird sounds. Outside of the city, and being in the Himalayas, there's a lot of woodlands where jinns supposedly prefer to live. Anyway, while staying with my friend, I noticed things would happen to me at night. Like my legs or arms would randomly be pulled. I thought maybe I was just jolting myself awake, but it happened multiple times each night and was out of character for me. Then one night, I felt like I had been choked awake. I was so shocked and confused. The next morning, I finally opened up to my friend and her sister about what I had been experiencing. They told me that because I would sleep in only underwear and a t-shirt at night, it was hot weather at the time, I was possibly attracting a Djinn or their house angel, Pasinda. The house angel could be jolting me awake as a way to warn me about not wearing pants, where I could then attract a Djinn. I was skeptical but decided to wear pants and the weird jolting stopped. A few days later, we decided to visit a rural scenic area of Kashmir called Pahalgam. My friend's cousin, my now husband, took us there. When we entered, I started to feel extremely ill. It's hard to describe, but I felt very lightheaded, like I couldn't breathe, and an overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety. I honestly felt like crying and wanted to turn around. We chalked it up to the higher altitude, but I had been to other areas with an even higher altitude in the previous days and had felt fine. After sitting in a restaurant for some time, I finally felt better and we went exploring in the mountains. So I was frolicking in the hills with my now husband, and we were just kissing. First no-no. A bit later, I had to pee, so I found a bush and did my thing. For those Muslims listening to this, I know. Bear in mind, I was a foolish American girl and my husband did not think to warn me. Because let me tell you, you should never pee outdoors, especially in Djinn areas, because it's very possible you will pee on them or in their home, and they will get pissed. So yeah, this is where things went downhill. I returned back to the UK where I was studying at the time, a few days later, and I remember feeling absolutely horrible. I was vomiting and just feeling very hazy. I assumed I was just jet lagged and went to sleep. Now, we all know that when you're jet lagged, you pass out. I slept soundly for like 11 hours, not even waking up to pee once. When I finally woke up the next day, I hopped in the shower and my body started to burn, like really burn. I was so confused why my body was burning, so I looked in the mirror. There were deep curved scratches all over my chest, my breast, and my stomach. Some were in threes, which I think is an ode to the devil. They hurt so much and were even a bit bloody. I later found out when a friend looked for me and took pictures that they were also on my back and right above my butt. The one above my butt was one downward curve and then two smaller horizontal curves inside it. And they were in awkward places where I honestly don't think I could do it to myself. I also didn't have nails to make such deep and intense scratches. I'm a very light sleeper and I just don't know how I could have done that level of damage to myself. I showed it to all my friends, and they were all deeply disturbed and believed that I couldn't have done it myself. I immediately told my Kashmiri lover, and he told me to recite some verses from the Quran to protect you from jinns. It was believed that I picked up a jinn in Pahalgam, and that it attached itself to one of the items I brought from there. Reading from the Quran seemed to stop further activity. I've been to Kashmir many times since and refused to return to Pahalgam. Also, the scratches have never happened again. Of course, sometimes I scratch myself, but they're always very minimal. I've tried to recreate the curved scratches and I just can't. So I'm fairly positive it was a jinn attack. I know several other jinn stories from my Kashmiri in-laws that I'd be happy to share if of interest. First, this experience was back about 15 years ago, while I was vacationing in Vietnam. My religious belief is Buddhism. I can still remember the details very vividly. Each summer my family would go to Vietnam to visit my mum's side of the family when I was younger. My grandpa was a very well-known village priest. This one year when I was about 10 years old, we only had a couple of days left before we would have to fly back home. We would rent out a big van to drive us to the airport, and normally we would rent it out for a couple of days and drive to the city. We lived in a village, and the drive there would take about 6 to 8 hours, so we would go 2 days before and stay at a close-by hotel by the airport. Emotions were high since we were leaving my grandparents and family members. I remember crying and being tired from packing and traveling. Only a couple of my aunts and uncles were able to come and drop us off at the airport. We were well on our way, and about 3-4 hours in, our van breaks down in the middle of nowhere, except we happened to stop at a small shop that sold some snacks, and there happened to be an auto shop attached. We were all happy since we didn't have to call anyone to come drive and pick us up. We were all tired from the heat, and our emotions were at an all-time high due to the fact that we knew we would be saying goodbye to our family soon, and from just being simply on the road for long hours at a time. My aunt, who tends to have poor health, was the one who got possessed. I remember when we finally got the van fixed, we were gathering everyone back into the van to head to the city. We still had about 2-3 more hours to go. My aunt kept saying no, she did not want to leave with us. We all found that odd. Her demeanor had changed, and my mum actually noticed she was not being herself. So we tried again. She wouldn't come with us. She kept saying that she did not know who we were, and why would she want to leave with a bunch of strangers? My aunt then asked my uncle for a smoke. She is a non-smoker. This is when my mum, aunt, and uncle all realized it was not her. She took the smoke, lit it, and walked towards a chair to sit down. When she sat down, she had her legs opened, kind of sitting like a guy while smoking. My family realized she was possessed by a gentleman. We had to wait until he finished his smoke, and he then started wanting to smoke 3 cigarettes at the same time. Finally, my mum said, "Hello, Uncle. Let's go in the van. All of us are waiting for you to join us on a trip." She had to urge him to get in the van, and it took about an hour or so for him to step foot in the van. I remember being scared, so I sat at the very back. The gentleman was sat next to the window seat, in the middle row next to my uncle. She was still holding a cigarette, smoking, kinda moving her head like side to side, sitting like she was buff, and her arms and legs were kind of spaced out to make her look bigger. My mum sat in the front. We called my grandpa, and he said the one thing the guy was really asking for was cigarettes. So he told my mum to light one up, say this specific prayer, and then throw the smoke out the window, and he should leave my aunt's body. My mum did exactly that, and once she threw the smoke out, my aunt blacked out into my uncle's shoulders. When she woke back up, she had no memory except just simply being tired. I started asking questions, and my mum said since my aunt was overly tired, she was an easy target to get possessed. It all seemed like no big deal to them. My mum was more worried about making it to the hotel in time to check in. Then my mum wanted me to share a room with my aunt, and I just remember not wanting to share the room with her, just in case. It was so bizarre, and looking back, there was quite a few instances that my mum, aunt, great uncle had these experiences happen to them. So this story is my boyfriend's, and it took me years to get him to tell me the story. You'll see why. Backstory. In Nova Scotia, Canada, there are remains of a farmhouse that burned to the ground, located in Caledonia Mills, which is outside the town of Antibiome. Over the years, it has become famous because of the fire spook. There are some dark, evil energies there. People who have visited and taken items from the property later had their houses burned to the ground. Many stories of cars not starting, sense of being followed, etc. Anyway, when my boyfriend was in his early 20s, he and some friends decided to go to find the place and check it out. Over the years, it has really overgrown and is hard to find if you aren't familiar with the area. Due to the terrain, they had to park their car and walk into the woods the rest of the way. They had bad vibes from the beginning. The whole time they walked that path, they had this awful feeling of dread and that they were being watched. They also heard something following them in the woods. Now, they checked out the remains of the farmstead. There is not much there now except for the foundation. My boyfriend explained he never felt such an awful feeling in his life. Spooked, they soon ran back to the car and got in. This is where it gets terrifying. One of his friends slipped into a sort of trance once they got into the car, staring straight ahead, not responding to his name. My boyfriend said his eyes darkened, and he had this evil look in them. He proceeded to take his knife from his pocket slowly, still ignoring his friend's shouts of alarm. They panicked and wrestled the knife from him. He still didn't speak a word, eyes full of malice and hate. Then, just like that, he snapped out of it, had no idea what he had done, visibly confused and shaken. As they left the farmhouse behind, he improved. My boyfriend struggled to tell me this story. By all means, he's nowhere close to someone who's easily emotional or upset. He teared up, struggled to explain it, taking pauses, and was clearly traumatized by the memory. I asked him if he would ever go back. He said no, and forbid me to go myself. He believes an evil entity took possession of his friend, and if they hadn't been able to break him from his trance, whatever took hold of him very well might have injured or killed my boyfriend and his other friends. This story chilled me to the bone, and I figured it belonged here.
In late April 2019, I went on this tour to Ireland. EF Tours, Ultimate Ireland. I highly recommend it. And one of the things we did was this ghost tour in Killarney. I was very excited as I love ghost tours, and I was ready for something strange to happen to me. One of the guys on the trip, whom I shall call Ty, was actually a practicing witch who grew up in Salem. We met on the tour and remain friends to this day, and I remember him telling me it would be at the Abbey we were going to. The bus pulls up to our hotel, and it's decked out in creepy decor, as a traditional storyteller does his best to creep us out. Then we pull up to this empty lot at the top of a hill, where another guy says that he'll be taking us down into the valley, as the storyteller won't go down there. I talk with him as we go, chatting about my ghostly experiences and what he thought of all of this. He explains that in all the time he's worked here, he's never seen, felt, or heard a single goddamn thing. However, he also explained that the day he got the job, his friend in the village who was a white witch gave him a blessing. They also gave him a walking stick that was blessed, and he never went without it. We went to the bottom of the hill in front of this ancient, crumbling abbey that's about 500 years old. The guide tells the story of how a bunch of monks were massacred by the English, and 2 of them were tortured because they held secrets of the abbey's treasures, which has yet to be found. We step inside, and immediately I can feel all the energy of the spirits around me. I can almost see them passing around us, leaving us be. Then we move to the inner courtyard where there's this massive yew tree, as old as the abbey around it. The guide explains that the tree is cursed, so that if you touch it, you will die within a year. He even refused to go near it. However, both me and Ty agreed that the tree felt so sad, and we both had a very strong urge to go comfort it. It was also at this time I felt very remorseful, and I had the image of the 2 monks. We were not shown any pictures. In my head, for some reason, I was just thinking, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. After this, we went into a side room, and as we did this, I knew there was something just chilling in the far corner. There was something evil staring at us from outside. The guide explained that the dark corner was a hot spot for orbs, but I wasn't really listening because I was so focused on staring down the thing in the courtyard. I see its outline in my head, and it was staring me down too. I felt like I had to let it know that I was watching it, and that it couldn't come inside or hurt one of us. We were all safe here. The next stop was the most active part of the Abbey, which had been hyped up all night. The plan was for all of us, about 30 of us, to stand with our backs to the walls and have the lights turned off for 60 seconds. They'd been jump scaring us all night. The storyteller did show up in a cloak after he ran down a dark hallway, and in response to this, I shoved my friends out of the way and stood in his path. But they wanted us truly to experience the weirdness of this room. The moment I stepped foot inside the room, I felt like there was a weight on my shoulders. I got a lot colder, and I was much, much sadder. It got to the point to where the guide for the main trip actually asked if I was okay, but I assured him I was because I didn't want to miss out on this. So we line up against the wall, and it ended up with a girl on my right and nothing on my left, with a window above me. Now it's pitch black outside, and there are industrial lights in the room. Once everyone is ready, they cut down and turn the lights off. The second the lights turn off, I start sobbing. I felt like I was mourning for every person I had ever lost, and that everything was just grief. But you know how when you cry, you can't think straight because your emotions take over. Mentally, I was fine. I knew that whatever was making me cry was not me, so I kept quiet so as not to disturb anyone else and stayed put. I also noticed a young spirit sitting on my left shoulder, and several shadow figures passed in front of me. For the last 20 seconds or so, one of them stared me down. I don't know why, but he did not like me being there. Yes, for some reason I know it was a he. And no, I couldn't tell you how. Finally, the lights come back on and I stop crying and I am totally fine once again. Everything vanishes as everyone starts filing out. Ty approaches me and tells me he noticed all of the spirits around me, and he specifically talks about the young spirit on my shoulder before I tell him. We talk about that, and we come to the conclusion that one of the spirits used my body as a vessel to cry. The next and final stop on the tour is the outdoor courtyard and graveyard, where there was something purely evil. I could feel the anger and the desire to hurt when we stepped outside. I pointed it out to Ty, saying that there was something watching us from that dark spot above the doorway. This man literally said, "I know, it's best to ignore it." The storyteller at this point was goofing around, scaring one of the kids because he was easy, but I kept getting really frustrated to the point where I wanted to punch him, and if you know me, you know that's not like me at all. I just wanted to get out of there. Finally, we take the path of the spirits out of the graveyard and head back to the bus. Ty and I talk to the guide and storyteller who are interested in what happened to us, and explain that lots of psychics and witches from all over have come and experienced things like this. We thank them as we got back onto the bus. I text my friends and tell them everything that happened in case I forgot something. Then we all go into town and get drunk because we're in Ireland. Duh.
December 31st, 2009. New Year's was fun and family orientated. My family and I went to my grandparents' house in a small, rural border town. We popped fireworks, laughed, played bingo, drank. I was 11, so of course I didn't drink. Wholesome fun, really. We were getting into morning territory, coming up on 5 a.m. Everyone is still up drinking, having a good time. I'm inside in the living room, playing on the PlayStation 3. All of a sudden, from the back where all the adults were, there was a yell and a scuffle. First thing I thought is, oh man, somebody had too much and is being an ass. The back door opens and my mum is yelling furiously at my aunt. "Why did you do that? What's wrong with you? Don't walk away from me." They're all shuffling into the house and assessing the situation. By the look of it, Some of the adults who are outside don't even know what's happening. Turns out my aunt, out of nowhere, slapped my stepdad for some unknown reason. He didn't know, and my mum obviously didn't either. My aunt looks in distress, like she was confused and angry about something but couldn't articulate it. By the way, this isn't in line with her character. She's usually loving and confident, charismatic, and overall a warm person. She goes into her room after being persuaded to go to bed and that everyone would go to sleep and deal with all of this when everyone isn't drunk and emotional. Cool, good plan, right? Well, not 5 minutes after she goes in there, she starts to scream, guttural and violent screaming, like bloody murder type of scream. The other adults rush into the room, and she's trying to fight my uncle, throwing fists, spitting, cursing, scratching. He's obviously not fighting back, but only holding her so that she wouldn't hurt him. He's struggling, to say the least. He, with the help of my older brother, forced her down onto the bed, and she's still full throttle, just hammering away with the insults and the spitting and her eyes. Oh my god, her eyes. Her eyes are usually a deep brown. Like, I noticed that they are dark brown, but not that night. That night they were black. Seriously sounds crazy. Sounds like a horror movie, but they were black. No pupils. Or I guess, all pupils. In between her screeches and insults, she would revert back to herself. She would start pleading with us to help her, crying and begging, then right back to screaming and fighting. I later realized that it may have been a ploy from the demon, trying to deceive us. Not sure, just my afterthought. My grandmother, being very religious, said this was a possession, and had a gallon of holy water that she kept in the house. She got her rosary, Bible, and the gallon of water, all while my uncle, her husband, is still on top of her, struggling to keep her down. Keep in mind, he is bigger and stronger than her, and he was having trouble holding her down. My grandmother is saying some prayer and dousing her in this holy water. I thought she was screaming loudly before. I had to leave the room. I mean, I wasn't even in the room, just in the doorway, looking in on the scene, and I had to go. It also seemed like after she got wet, it started to stink in the room really bad, and there was no source. Like, she didn't smell any worse than the other side of the room. It was like a sour, moldy, rotting trash, sewage, disgusting smell. They went at it, exercising, at about 6:30 a.m. My mum said we have to call the father. Small town, so my grandmother had his home number. He was very hesitant to help. Usually you have to get permission from the Vatican to exercise. To be honest, I don't know if that's true or just something I've heard. Anyway, the father said, I won't come to the house for my safety, but if you bring her to the church, I'll help her. So we did. And there, it felt like a horror movie. The echoey chamber hall of the church was filled with my aunt's relentless screams and insulting banter. Before I forget, also back at the house when my grandmother tried to exercise, my aunt was speaking in some strange language, mixed in with her regular insults and screaming. There were phrases that no one could decipher. I can't remember what it was, but she only speaks Spanish and English, nothing else. Not gonna say it was Latin or anything, but it was not Spanish and it was not English. Back at the church, it was somewhat of a familiar scene. Family all round, holding hands and holding her. While the father was flicking holy water with his free hand, he was holding his rosary and Bible with the other. I remember looking around and just taking in the situation. Like, What is happening? Who's going to believe me? Do I believe it? A few moments later, my brother and I notice something in my aunt's mouth. Like a grey, thick piece of lint. I'm not sure what it was. I just remember noticing it, and my brother and I just looked at each other. Like, what is that? While she was in an in-between pleading moment, my brother quickly reached into her mouth. Not very far. It was practically on her lips. Took it out and looked at it for a quick second before flicking it onto the floor a few feet away. And as if that piece of lint had something to do with it, not 2 minutes later after taking it out, she started to calm down and fall asleep, and had bruises on her arm from Uncle holding her down. She was sweaty and tired. She was a mess. We all were. The day after, at whatever time, I woke up after being up all night, and she was okay. Back to her brown-eyed, caring, loving self, and no memory of that night past midnight. She said she remembered the countdown and the fireworks, then nothing. Just waking up and being told what had happened. I still don't know what to believe. Apparently, this type of thing had happened once before with her, in the late 80s, before I was born. She had to be exorcised by a priest. I get people once in a while saying, "How do I become a demonologist?" Trust me, you don't want to be a demonologist. It is a lonely and psychologically tasking life. I've been spit on, kicked, thrown up on, thrown across the room, and have had my thumb broke in all exorcisms. It isn't like other jobs. I can't gripe about my job to people. I had a crappy day at the grocery store. Well, I had a demon and a 15-year-old child kick me across the room. The average person just doesn't really understand. And truthful, very few of my friends know what I do, and none of them know what I go through. I work with the Roman Catholic Church with a couple of priests. We have started to talk more about how these things are affecting us in our daily lives. Father J and Father G, both very kind men from more protected backgrounds than I. The last few months, they seem to be getting broken down or traumatized more and more. I believe coming from a more naive background, evil like this is harder to take. I'm a South Side Chicago boy, from a different mold to seminary and Latin students from small towns. I have to be a little careful with my aggressive personality. Both the fathers I work with are so meek. The idea of a fun day is fishing, and my idea of a fun day is hot rods. But we have to work as a team and keep each other sane. A few weeks ago, Father J had a breakdown. After we met for the first time with a client, Father J lost it in the car on the way back to the hotel we were in. A 65-year-old man and friend in tears, yelling, "I'm done with this, I can't do this anymore." After dealing with a possessed woman for 4 hours is hard and dark. Father G and I got him back to his hotel room. Father J was still a mess. I went to my room and got my bottle of scotch I bought. "Here, drink this." "I don't drink." "God doesn't give a fuck right now. Drink," I told him. I shake the bottle in his face, then said in a stern voice, "Drink." Father J took a pull of the bottle and made a god-awful face through his red and tear-wet face. "Hobbs, why did God send me down this path? I can't do it. I hate this." "You can quit any time," I answered. "After all, this is a shit way to live." "I'm questioning my whole life. I should have been..." He stopped. "Just say it. Just say you're done." I noticed Father G was standing behind me. We all stood quiet for a minute. Then Father J sniffles and said, I have never drank before. Can we get drunk tonight?" The three of us burst out laughing. This is a true story that happened in a small town in the middle of Illinois, between me and 2 priests, and we're all doing fine. I wasn't going to share this part because I feel so bad for Father J, but I think people should know what happened and what happens. Yes, it is a new age. I'm very happy to see so many people awakening to their spirit. But this said, this also can sometimes be very dangerous for a couple of reasons. Many feel that it is okay to be friendly to demonic beings, and this is false. First, being compassionate to evil, hate, or anything dark is bad. Isn't being good a virtue? What about good virtue? A small but great example, and not a spiritual one, is this: one's political beliefs. If you believe that one party or one's president is the only one, then you have turned that party into a religion and that president into a god, false idol. I say this as not a religious person or a political person. I say this as a scholar and someone who can keep priorities and passions in check. You must do that in your spiritual walk and life as well. Anything demonic is bad. Dabbling in Ouija boards, dark magic, and embracing one's demons, aka evil, can get a person into trouble without the skills to control the evil or your passions. This also happens with very Christian people. I have studied Solomon's Rings, Crowley, Levi, Hall, as well as ancient religions and history. I know how and what to do with these skills. A 15-year-old that dresses in black and finds something off the internet will only end up in trouble. Demons have no compassion for humans, even if they are not possessed. They live off of fear, anger, and hate. They eat hate and fear of the ignorant. The only reasons demons exist is to take your soul. The problem with this new age is no one is learning from the past history. Crowley, Eliphas Levi, Masonic writings, or even the real biblical writings. And note, I say the real biblical teachings, not the watered-down dribble most get. All these people are dabbling with fire. The woman, we will call her Sarah from the story, is a young lady of 20. She thought evoking Baal was a great idea. She started down this road as fun with a couple of her friends as a game, and a teenager thing. But then things turned and went dark. Sarah's 2 friends said, "We're out," but Sarah kept going. Background to Sarah is her parents are very well off, and Sarah was left most of the time on her own. She spent hours, days and weeks by herself working on rituals to Baal. She was obsessed. I found out about Sarah through a medium that Sarah's parents connected with. She was so convinced that what she was doing was perfectly okay. It got to the point where Sarah got violent with the medium and her parents. The next step was a psychologist. They brought the psychologist to the house, unbeknownst to Sarah. They went up to Sarah's bedroom and she defecated on her floor and had jumped out her window before they got to the room. 2 weeks later, she was arrested in a homeless shelter after beating up a woman. This is where we came in. After 3 weeks in a psychological hospital, Sarah was not any better and was sent home to find us. Sarah was in the driveway and told the psychologist and her parents, "I'm not going in that house where there is priests." Her father, the doctor, and I had to physically drag her into the house as she screamed profanities, spat, and wet herself. The doctor and I held her down for the most part of 3 hours as she yelled for Baal to come and save her. At one point, she got loose and grabbed Father J's crucifix chain and tried to choke him before we could push her to the ground. It was another hour before she relaxed and gave up fighting, and we felt it was safe to leave to fight another day. Some of you may think this is cruel or some play, but remember, Sarah knew we were there before she was in the house. Sarah and others under the influence of demons will tell you personal information about your life, things that nobody should know. For Father J and wanting to give it all up? When you have a screaming brat demon child laughing and saying,
I'm glad your mother died, you horrible fuck.
10 days after you buried your mother, it takes a toll on you. I am doing this to educate people about the subject and the evil and dangers of dabbling in dark things. This is day 1. I will be back to this family tomorrow. I don't know how long I will be with them. And for you that think I am some snake charmer, I am getting paid by the church, so keep all your snide comments to yourself. I am sitting in a restaurant in Wisconsin after spending an hour talking with a psychologist about a young girl that is possessed. The psychologist has no medical answers for this young lady's evil. The family has gotten to a breaking point with said girl, whom we will call Lucy, after she almost burnt down the house. Lucy told her parents and the doctor that a demon told her to. She even gave the demon's name that matches a correct name of a demon in ancient scriptures. After my visit with the psychologist, I went to visit Lucy and her family. A trick I do when going into the possessed person's home is wear a rosary or hide one in my pocket. I put my rosary in my vest pocket over my heart. Lucy never looked me in the eyes. She stared at my vest pocket the whole time I was there. I asked her after half an hour if she could guess what was in my pocket. She answers, a cross. I told her I got it from a nun in Mont Saint Michael, and if she wanted to hold it. Lucy stood up and walked into her room. I sat with Lucy's parents and talked game plan. Lucy was hurting her younger brother and has killed a family cat. She also has kicked children in the face on the playground at school just because she wanted to be next on the monkey bars. Her response was, "It was my turn." The schoolboy had 6 stitches to the side of his head. She's done other very uncharacteristic and very evil things for a young child. Her parents say Lucy tells them if she doesn't do what she is told by this demon, then she will suffer. I asked her in what way. Lucy's mother broke down in tears and said, "It's horrible. I really didn't need to know anything further." Afternoon now. Had our first encounter with Lucy's demon. It was very stubborn to start with, but I have my ways of getting at spirits. I kept hammering at it to leave Lucy, the poor child, and the demon kept asking where Father T is. I do not work with Father T. I don't know why this demon was so fascinated with Father T. Maybe he was supposed to be here at this exorcism? I had long talks with Father T about this exorcism in the last weeks. Father T was never intended to come with me. I think demons can see in 4th or 5th dimensional time from some of the experiences I've had in the past. I spent most of the morning into the afternoon with Lucy. I don't like to push it too hard with children. They lose energy and then it is more difficult to start up the next day. I need the child to trust me, not hate me. I get enough hate with demons. Another interesting tidbit, Lucy calls her demon Hiding Man. That gives me a clue that this demon is hiding and not supposed to be in Lucy, and it knows it. Her mum is holding up okay. Yesterday when I met her, she seemed to be a little mouse, but today, she's a lioness, very strong and powerful. I'm very proud of her. Dad is a great man. Really has taken ownership of being a true father to the family. Square and honest. I feel even more compelled to do my job. Not just for Lucy, but for the family. I'm beat. Time for a little nap. I would like to make something clear here. I am writing this as education, not as a joke or for the fun of it. I guess I'm a bit surprised by the negative and closed-minded response from some I have gotten. I receive no money from the families that need help. I get paid through the church. The Vatican has sanctioned exorcisms for hundreds of years. Yes, I am a Hindu or non-Christian, but the knowledge I have is to be valued. In the average large city, there are 4 to 5 exorcisms a week. Chicago and New York, more. And truthfully, this is what I do. Now back to Lucy. This morning at Lucy's house I tried a different tactic today. I call it the waiting game, without getting into the nuts and bolts of it. Lucy and I sat in her bedroom for hours, with a belt around the chair. No bathroom breaks, no food, no toys. The bedroom door locked behind us. It gives an agitation in the room, to the point where you know who will come see me. At about hour 2, Lucy starts spitting profanities at me that would make a sailor blush. Swings at me as she told me what profession my mother was in, and how her swimsuit areas smelled. I didn't say a word except for the St. Michael's prayer. As the demon in Lucy spits venom at me, I keep repeating the prayer over and over in a nice and calm voice, until Lucy goes quiet. I stand up quickly, and grab Lucy's arms so she won't hit me. The cute Irish brunette spits in my face, but I don't flinch. I have been spit on before, and this won't be my last. I say the demon's name in a calm voice. This child doesn't belong to you. You know this. Before I could speak another word, the demon screams at me. My right ear whistles. I repeat, this child does not belong to you. No child belongs to Satan. In the name of all things good, in the name of Jesus Christ, I demand you release the child.
No.
Yells the demon. You are hiding in this child because you failed somewhere else. You are the hiding one.
Fuck you.
The demon yells. Out in the name of God and all things good, I fill this room in the white light of the 4 angels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. Now I ramp it up.
You hurt me.
Yells through little Lucy. Yes, but you failed, so you must go. You cannot be in a child. Try again in an adult. Lucy starts to cough. I know it is working now. Go. I pull out my rosary from Mont St. Michael. Here comes Archangel Michael to... The demon through Lucy starts saying something in Latin. I wanted to remember what it was, but now hours have passed and I've forgotten what it said. Propitius? Or propolis or something? Something prop. It was a mumble and, through coughing, go now. Go. Go, in the name of Jesus Christ, go. I kept on the demon for some time, not sure how much time went by. Lucy coughed till she threw up and started to cry. She yelled out for her mother. I let go of her arms and hugged her. You're okay, Lucy. You're okay. Vomit and sweat on both of us. I ran to the door and yelled for Lucy's parents, then returned to Lucy and took the belt off that kept her in the chair. Mummy, Lucy yelled as her parents came through the door. I stepped away as her parents hugged and comforted their child. I walked into the living room, took off my vest and folded it inside out to keep the mess in and waited. After 5 minutes or so, all 3 came out with red eyes. Hi Lucy, how do you feel? Sheepishly, like all children, Lucy says, good. As a test, I hand her my rosary and she takes it. A good sign. Is this the cross the nun gave you? Yes. It is pretty. Lucy rolled the beads in her fingers, then held it to the light. Sparkles. Mum, I'm tired. Lucy's father asks if she wants to take a shower and have a little nap. It was only mid-afternoon, but poor little girl. This is how most exorcisms go. The patient seems to change personality instantly, and is also very exhausted. I will visit Lucy and her family tomorrow, and the following day, at least to make sure everything is well. Lucy seems to be just fine. I went back to Lucy's house today at about 10 a.m. after getting out of the hotel I was in. Lucy seemed a little standoffish towards me in the beginning, but soon we were playing together on the floor. Dolls and her books. Before you know it, she was sitting next to me reading. She asked me a couple of questions about the incident like, I don't like to be mean, and is he going to come back? Questions that should be answered. I told her no, he won't be coming back. I also explained to Mum that Lucy is a normal child. She will get upset or mad at things. Every little outburst won't be demonic. I monitor all my clients, and they have my number as well as people from the church. Last update. I went to Wisconsin yesterday to see Lucy's and the whole family. Lucy is doing great, no anger bursts or thoughts of evil. When I got to the house, Lucy and her brother were playing and laughing in brother's bedroom, throwing pillows in the air and letting them hit them in the face. Too funny. Mum and Dad seem like millions of pounds of weight have been lifted off them. We talked about Lucy and life now, and the conversation turned to everyday things like going to the grocery store and friends' houses, things they're afraid to do before with Lucy. After talking, we all went to dinner at a local restaurant. I had the children laughing with my silly sleight of hand table magic. It was fun and normal. At the end of the night, the children gave me hugs, as if I was an uncle or an old friend.